Chapter 17. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Tang San could no longer hold on under the sudden increase of nearly one-third of the pressure. Although he had an extremely high estimation of his opponent's strength, he still did not take everything into account. Was he going to lose? Was he really going to lose? No. Tang San looked at Titan opposite him. The old man still had a calm expression, and his clothes fluttered without any wind. He was full of insufferable majesty. At this moment, Titan suddenly saw Tang San's eyes light up without warning. Two golden-purple rays of light instantly shot out from Tang San's eyes. Titan felt as if his brain had been pricked by a needle, and his mind was dizzy. There was also an intense, stinging, and burning sensation in his eyes. If he had not released his pressure at this time, causing the air to distort and refract Tang San's gaze to a certain extent, the situation would have been even worse. Titan gave Tang San an oppressive aura of power. At this time, Tang San gave him a spiritual impact. At this moment, Tang San finally knew that after he had taken the piercing autumn dew, what was the change of the purple demon eyes? It was the materialization of the gaze attack. The condensed purple demon eyes had become a different kind of spiritual impact. This was quite similar to light rain's spiritual impact. Tang San thought to himself. With the impact on his brain, Titan naturally could no longer control the pressure he released. With a muffled groan, he actually took a step back. The pressure in the air suddenly disappeared. Tang San only felt that his body was empty. The pressure of the earth disappeared, and his body could not help but shake violently. If not for the 4-8 spider spears supporting the ground behind him, he would have fallen the moment he lost his balance. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Tang San's complexion was already deathly pale. His entire body was on the verge of collapse, and it was possible that he would fall to the ground at any time. At this moment, he could clearly feel a cracking sound coming from the Earth-Yang Wei meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body. The rapid impact of the mysterious heaven method's inner strength had already opened a crack in this meridian. Although it was not completely connected, as the saying goes, an ant hole could destroy a 1,000-mile dike. With this crack, he was not far from a breakthrough. However, Tang San was not happy at all. There was still 1/5 of the incense stick left, and he did not have the strength to use the purple demon eye's spiritual impact again, let alone use his internal energy to support his body. Even if Titan used 1/3 of the previous pressure to attack him, he would only have the fate of defeat. Titan was dazed for several seconds before he could see everything in front of him. The young man still stood there unyieldingly, although he was in a sorry state. His Earth soul skill? You still want to persist? One had to know. If you do, I'm afraid it will cause irreparable damage to your body, Titan said in a deep voice. He did not want to destroy a genius. He needed a genius to join him. How could he not see Tang San's physical condition clearly? No, I will never admit defeat. So, Tang San said weakly. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Please continue. He did not say much, but at this moment, all the teachers and students watching the battle could not help but be moved. What kind of stubbornness and pride could support him to say such a thing? Even Tai Tan revealed a look of shock. This young man, he was too outstanding. It was because of this. I can't let him go. If I can't get him to join, then I can only destroy him. What a good genius. What a pity. Titan sighed. He raised his right fist and directly attacked Tang San. Third brother. Little brother. Xiao Wu and Oscar exclaimed. Tang San thought to himself, oh no, looks like I have to use that hammer. Just as Tang San was about to release the clear sky hammer, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. One of them supported Tang San, who was about to fall, while the other sent Titan flying with a punch. That's right, he was sent flying with a punch. The surrounding people were so shocked that their jaws dropped. That was Titan. Tinin and his son were stunned. Dad/Grandpa was sent flying with a punch. Titan kept flying until he crashed into the wall. Boom! A handprint appeared on the wall. Cough, cough. So strong. Just now, That person actually held back half of his strength. Titan clutched his chest and slowly got up. There was deep fear in his eyes, because two of his ribs were broken, and this was under the situation where that person held back half of his strength. How dare you hit my student? You're courting death. That person's domineering voice reverberated in the surroundings. Light Rain, Wang Dong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar were pleasantly surprised. Teacher Tang Yu, Teacher Wang Dong is here too. The surrounding people were shocked. These two demon-like teachers, students called them demon-like teachers in private, actually appeared at the same time. Light Rain, the last move, leave it to me. The person supporting Tang San was naturally Wang Dong. Tang Yu turned around and carried the weak Tang San. The two brushed past each other. Little Dong, are you going to use that? I haven't used it for a long time. If I don't use it, it will rust. Also, he hurt my father. Be gentle. After all, he was once your grandfather's subordinate. Father-in-law still needs his help. I know. Didn't you break two of his ribs? In that case, I'll just have to break the rest of your ribs for you. That's ruthless. The two finished their mental conversation. Wang Dong was already standing in front of the Titan. The Titan was shocked. He actually couldn't see through these two. These two were only around 14 to 45 years old. Big guy. This is the last move. A huge hammer that was more than 2 meters long had appeared in Wang Dong's hand at some point in time. The head of the hammer was very big. It was actually more than 6 meters tall. It was completely black, but there were golden patterns engraved on the head of the hammer. Upon closer inspection, it was an Eastern golden dragon. This is... The Titan wasn't the only one who turned pale with fright. Tinan also widened his eyes and cried out in surprise. Even Tang San was stunned. This hammer, why was it so similar to his hammer? Although it was slightly bigger and looked slightly different, and the patterns were also slightly different, the aura was the same. However, Wang Dong's hammer gave off the aura of an emperor. Wang Dong placed the hammer's handle on his right shoulder and hooked his left hand towards the Titan. Come here, gorilla. The Titan didn't pay any attention to Wang Dong's words. He was already attracted by the huge hammer that Wang Dong was carrying. This hammer, although its aura was slightly stronger than that person's, it was bigger than that person's, and the patterns on it were nicer than that person's. It couldn't be wrong. This was the clear sky hammer. Be careful. Gorilla, I'm going to make my move. Wang Dong had already flashed in front of the Titan with the huge hammer in his hand. Wait, Pooh! The Titan was struck by the huge hammer before he could finish speaking and flew backwards in a beautiful arc. This continued until he collided with a wall. However, there was no human mark on the wall this time. There was only a huge human-shaped hole. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. Hey, aren't you using too much strength? Tang Yu said helplessly. Am I? He only has 7 broken ribs. Is that enough? With his recovery ability, he might recover in a day. Wang Dong said indifferently as he carried the huge hammer. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of air again. How domineering. Wang Dong, Tang San suddenly said. You have twin martial souls. Wang Dong was stunned. This is bad. How should I explain this? I do have twin martial souls. However, I like to use my first martial soul, so I've never used my second martial soul. That's why I don't even have a soul ring. What's your second martial soul called? Why is its aura so similar to my second martial soul? Tang San looked at Wang Dong seriously. He even released the clear sky hammer. A small black hammer silently appeared in Tang San's hand. The hammer wasn't big, and the patterns on it were dark and serene. It gave off a dense and heavy aura. Upon closer inspection, this small hammer was actually 70 to 80% similar to Wang Dong's huge hammer. Wang Dong immediately panicked. He had overdone it. AI, Tang Yu sighed. Third brother, Little Dong's second martial soul, comes from the same sect as yours. This martial soul has a resounding name. It's called Clear Sky Hammer. Titan suddenly appeared in front of them. He looked at the small and big hammers in Tang San's and Wang Dong's hands with an expression of disbelief. Damn, he's recovering so quickly, Oscar exclaimed. He's just trying his best not to fall. Tang Yu exposed him. Titan was about to say something when Tang Yu popped a green pill into his mouth. The pill melted the moment it entered his mouth. Titan instantly felt his injuries recovering quickly. Even some of the hidden injuries on his body were recovering. Furthermore, he realized that the bottleneck of rank 87 that had troubled him for many years had just been broken. He had broken through to rank 87. He immediately felt refreshed and refreshed. The surrounding people were shocked. Titan, who was previously in a sorry state, had actually recovered in an instant. Furthermore, his aura was even stronger than before. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Wang Dong simply couldn't believe it. What the hell? Light Rain, what did you feed him? He's recovering faster than my big sausage. Oscar exclaimed. Are you disgusted? Tang Yu said unhappily. But what did you feed him? Wang Dong asked curiously. Good stuff. A newly developed pill. Oh, Tang Yu subconsciously blurted it out, then immediately covered his mouth. Huh? Light Rain, you know how to refine pills. Tang San was shocked. Tang Yu simply had the urge to kill himself. Who asked him to talk too much? Thank you, benefactor. Titan, who was at the side, actually knelt down in front of Tang Yu. Hey, I punched you just now, but you're calling me benefactor now. Is this appropriate? Tang Yu looked at him with half-moon eyes. But you healed my injuries and my internal injuries for many years, and even helped me break through to rank 87. You are my benefactor. Titan directly addressed Tang Yu as you. Tang Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then, he suddenly said seriously, Come out quickly if you've seen enough. People from the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Tang San and the others were also shocked. There was actually someone else? Seven Treasures glazed sect? Wasn't that Rong Rong's family? Titan looked in a direction. This aura. Wang Dong seemed to have known that someone was coming. He pointed his giant hammer in the same direction and smiled. My hammer doesn't have eyes. Rong Rong. At the same time, a deep and vigorous voice sounded from all directions. We were discovered so quickly. Rong Rong didn't lie. These two children are indeed more monstrous than that blue-silver grass kid. However, I didn't expect to see you, old gorilla. What's the point of bullying children? It's fine if you bully them, but you actually got bitten back. We haven't seen each other for a long time. How about we spar? 3 people instantly appeared in that direction. An old man stood in the middle. His left and right hands were holding the arms of the 2 people beside him. On the left was a young girl who looked to be around 14 to 15 years old. She immediately ran towards Tang San and Tang Yu as soon as she landed. On the right was an elegant middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man was holding a dazzling pagoda with a 7-colored halo in his palm. The 7-colored flowing light that appeared on Tang San's body was connected to the pagoda in his palm. The Titan's pupils constricted when he saw the old man and the middle-aged man. Although he had always been fearless, he had no choice but to restrain his temper when facing these 2 people. It's really you, old skeleton. Sect Master Ning is here too. This old man greets you. The 3 people who came were Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Gu Rong, Gu Doloa. In fact, Ning Fengji and the other 2 had already arrived here when Tang San and Titan made the bet. Ning Rongrong strongly asked her father to stop them, but was refused by Ning Fengji. Hiding in the dark, Ning Fengji's purpose was to see how good this young man was. When Tang San was about to be defeated, Ning Fengji was about to take action, but was stopped by Gu Doloa. He said that he felt 2 very terrible auras approaching here. After that, anyway, that was what happened. Gu Doloa came in front of Titan and said, Old gorilla, give me face. Let's forget about this bet. Our sect master has also taken a fancy to these 3 kids, so don't compete with us. Titan smiled. Although his smile was a little strange, Gu Rong was sure that Titan was smiling, and his smile contained a hint of sarcasm. Old gorilla, what are you smiling about? Titan snorted and said, Didn't you ask me to give you face? Fine, I'll give you face. Let's forget about this bet. I didn't win, and he didn't lose. Oh, Gu Rong was stunned. You're giving me face? Titan raised his finger and pointed at Tang San and Wang Dong. Old skeleton, take a good look at what they're holding in their hands before you speak. You're titled Doloa. Don't tell me that you don't even have this little bit of eyesight. Only then did Gu Rong's gaze fall on Tang San, and he happened to see the small black hammer in Tang San's left hand. In an instant, his expression changed. Then, he took a closer look at Wang Dong's giant hammer. Previously, he didn't take a closer look and always thought that Wang Dong's hammer was just a hammer tool martial soul. But now, he was shocked. They're actually Hao Tian, Titan said with a fake smile. It's good that you know. I'm like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. I'm afraid you guys can only ask for a rebuff. Ha ha. With that, he laughed loudly. After that, Titan walked towards Tang San and the others. Gu Rong flashed to Ning Fengji's side and said somewhat anxiously, Sect Master, in their hands. Ning Fengji interrupted him and nodded. I know. No wonder he's so outstanding. I didn't expect him to be from Hao Tian. I should have known that his surname is Tang. But Wang Dong's surname is Wang. That place shouldn't accept outsiders. Sect Master, that Tang you can't be, Gu Rong said. No, it shouldn't be. Rong said that he has twin martial souls. Ning Rong can't possibly say that Tang Yu has multiple martial souls, but neither of them is a hammer, but one of them is an eye. Ning Fengji said with a deep sense of fear. I. Could it be those guys? Gu Rong said in shock. Sigh. Let's wait and see. In a short few minutes, when Tang San opened his eyes again, it was as if he had been reborn. If it weren't for the torn clothes and the sweat on his body that hadn't dried yet, it was as if he had never experienced the extremely difficult bet before. Brother, third brother, how are you? Xiao Wu and Ning Rong asked with concern. Oscar finally heaved a sigh of relief. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing had also arrived, while Tang Yu and Wang Dong stood at the side. Why didn't you give Dad one of those pills? Wang Dong asked softly. Hey, I've only refined one, and it's the first one. I have to find a test subject. Facts have proven that the effects are not bad. I can refine a few more in the future. Tang Yu smiled. I'm fine now. As he spoke, Tang San looked in the direction of the seven-colored light, and his gaze met Ning Fengji's eyes. Ning Fengji had a smile on his face, and the light from the seven treasures glazed pagoda in his hand disappeared. As he lowered his hand, the mysterious martial soul also disappeared. Why are you here? Tang San couldn't help but ask in surprise. Ning Fengji smiled. Long time no see. We are indeed fated to meet. Ning Rong blinked her big eyes and said, Dad, do you know each other? In fact, Tang San could vaguely guess Ning Fengji's identity even without Ning Rong's words. How many people could make the seven treasures glazed pagoda appear at the same time? He hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed to Ning Fengji. Hello, Sect Master Ning. Ning Fengji smiled and raised his hand to help Tang San up. Since you're Rong's friend, and she calls you third brother, you can call me Uncle Ning. I prefer to hear you call me that. Titan suddenly came in front of Tang San and looked at him seriously. You're Tang San? Is your father Tang Hao? Tang San looked at Titan in surprise. How did you know? His words undoubtedly confirmed Titan's words. Titan suppressed the excitement in his heart. This old servant Titan greets young master. Young master? As soon as these two words came out, apart from the seven treasures glazed sect master, Ning Fengji and Gu Doa, who had already seen him, almost everyone present turned pale with fright. This was especially true for the teachers and students who had vaguely guessed Titan's strength. They were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. What's coming has come, Tang Yu said seriously. Wang Dong also nodded seriously. Senior, can you make things clear first? Tang San went forward to help Titan up, but this rigid old man insisted on kneeling. Young master, this old servant has finally seen you. May I know where master is now? Master, from a meaning of Titan's words, Tang, San naturally understood that the master he was referring to was his father. His father's face flashed through his mind. Tang San couldn't believe that his father, who was soaked in low-quality alcohol every day, would actually be called master by Contra Powerhouse. "All right, Titan, let's find a place to talk," Tang Yu said. Tang San came to his senses and hurriedly said, "Senior, please get up first. If there's anything, let's find a quiet place to talk." Titan looked at Ning Fengji with some vigilance, then stood up. "Young master, please follow this old servant to my home." "This?" Tang San looked at Shrek 7 and Ning Fengji beside him and immediately felt awkward. Although he was anxious to know why Titan would address him like that, Ning Fengji had just helped him and was also Ning Rongrong's father. He seemed to have come to find him, and if he left now, it would obviously be unreasonable. Ning Fengji was a person, so how could he not see Tang San's awkwardness? He smiled and said, "How about this? Since we're already at Shrek Academy, why don't we take a tour around the academy? Titan should be the parent of the students here, so why don't we enter together?" Although Titan was unwilling, he could see that Tang San was in a difficult position. He reluctantly nodded and said, "All right then. Who's in charge of this academy?" His last sentence was so loud that it shook the ears of the students present. Although Zhao Wuji was unwilling to face Titan, he had no choice but to stand up. He quickly stepped forward and said with a fake smile, "Brother Titan, long time no see. How have you been?" Seeing Zhao Wuji, Titan was stunned for a moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "So it's you. I couldn't find you for so many years, so you were actually hiding here. We'll settle our accounts later. Find a quiet room for us. I want to talk to the young master." He then looked at Wang Dong and said, "And this young master, I wonder if we can talk." Wang Dong waved the hammer in his right hand, and it slowly shrank, becoming very similar to Tang San's hammer. After that, it disappeared. Sure. A few hours later, "Senior, my heart is in a mess right now. I need to calm down and think carefully." Titan hurriedly said, "Young master, please don't call me senior anymore. This old servant is Titan." Tang San smiled bitterly. "You're Tai Long's grandfather, and I'm his classmate. I'm even younger than him. If you don't mind, I'll call you Grandpa Tai." But Titan was still somewhat hesitant. Tang San said, "Even if my father was here, he would definitely agree with me calling you that. Grandpa Tai, I have to go see Sect Master Ning. Let's part ways here. Please keep the matter of my birth a secret. I need to think about it calmly." Titan said seriously, "Young master, you must be careful of Ning Fengji. Master once said that the new sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Ning Fengji, is a person of great talent. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect will definitely flourish in his hands. You belong to the Clear Sky Sect, so you can't join the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect no matter what." Tang Sin nodded slightly. "Grandpa Tai, don't worry. Even if you didn't say what you said today, I didn't plan to join any sect. I won't give up my freedom for power. Third brother belongs to his own sect." Tang Yu said, "Sect? Young master, you." Titan was shocked. "The sect I established myself is called Tang Min." Tang Sin didn't hide it. "Tang Min? Young master." Titan frowned slightly. "Don't worry. Tang Min is an independent sect. It doesn't belong to any power. The Tang Min was established not long ago, and there are only third brother, sister Xiao Wu, and me." Tang Yu pointed to himself and Wang Dong. "That's good. All right. Is this young master from the Clear Sky Sect?" Titan looked at Wang Dong. "That kind of place. I don't want to step into it anymore," Wang Dong said coldly. Titan was shocked. "I used to be a member of that place, but my mother was an outsider. My father was the youngest elder there. My father loved my mother very much, but the old fogies there always wanted to separate them. The rule there was that no one in the sect could fall in love with an outsider. Therefore, my father took my mother and me away from that place. All these years, we lived a peaceful life. We even met Light Rain. Our lives were very happy then. But those old fogies actually found us and wanted to be ruthless. In the end, Father fought with his life on the line to open up a path and brought Mother and me away safely. But father, Tai Tan and Tang Sen looked at the tearful Wang Dong, and their hearts overflowed with sympathy. Tang Yu, who was at the side, frowned slightly. Wang Dong's feelings weren't an act. As the god of emotions, he could naturally feel other people's emotions. Wang Dong's emotions weren't fake. He originally thought that this was Wang Dong's excuse, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. Wang Dong wiped away his tears, and his expression suddenly turned cold as he said, "Father was heavily injured and passed away not long after. Mother also fell ill because of father's departure and passed away a few days later. At that time, I was already 6 years old. I had awakened my twin martial souls, and they had awakened on their own due to my anger. However, my clear sky hammer changed, and it became like this." Wang Dong released the clear sky hammer once again, and a small black hammer appeared. There were even golden veined patterns on the hammer's body. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge golden dragon from the east, and it even carried a heavy pressure. Titan looked carefully. Could it be a martial soul mutation? Tang Sen thought so too. Tang Yu, on the other hand, clearly had a second awakening. A second awakening of a tool soul was rare. I changed the name of the hammer and martial soul at that time. This meant that I had truly left that place. The hammer's name was the Heavenly Emperor's Hammer. It was a hammer that could defy the heavens. At that time, I swore that I would never forgive the Clear Sky sect. I would never forgive them. There would be a day when I would personally settle the score with them. At that time, my original name was Tang Dong, but I changed it to Wang Dong. A year later, I cultivated with all my might, and I had to find my own soul ring. After that, I went to Nodding Academy and met Light Rain. I was really happy to see Light Rain again. After he finished speaking, he took the initiative to hold Tang Yu's hand. Tang Sen looked at him in a daze. He didn't know why, but he felt very pained and wanted to hug him tightly to comfort him. He really didn't know why. Perhaps his experience was very similar to his, and they were both children who didn't have family to accompany them. However, at least his father was still around. On the other hand, Wang Dong had been an orphan since he was 6 years old. 6 years old. This was the age where one should act spoiled to their parents, but Wang Dong. It was hard to imagine how he had persevered. Or perhaps, "I'm sorry, I mentioned something that hurt you." Titan was very apologetic. Wang Dong waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Tang Yu held Wang Dong's hand and said to Tang San, "You guys can continue chatting. I have something to tell him." After that, he pulled Wang Dong away somewhere. "Speak. What happened?" Tang Yu stared at Wang Dong very seriously. When I first arrived in the past, I was only 1 year old. I was taken in by 2 kind-hearted couples. They treated me very well and treated me like their own child. They were indeed from the Clear Sky sect. Later on, they indeed fought with those old fogies for a long time. My Clear Sky hammer also awakened a second time because of the anger at that time. However, they died, Wang Dong said sorrowfully. Tang Yu was stunned. This really happened. Since when were the people of the Clear Sky sect so unreasonable? "Do you want to take revenge?" Tang Yu asked. "That's nonsense. I will. I definitely will. There's suddenly so much trash in the sect. How can I, as the young sect master, ignore it? I've already taken revenge for that couple." Wang Dong said seriously. "It's fine. Remember to call me when you make a scene. Let's go back." Tang Yu patted Wang Dong's shoulder. "Okay." In the conference room, Ning Fengji said to Tang San, "Little 3, I originally wanted to recruit you into the sect and give you the best treatment. However, since you're the son of an old friend, that's obviously impossible. However, I'm very interested in the hidden weapons that you've created. I don't know if you're willing to sell the method to us. You can name any price you want. I won't bargain." Although Ning Fengji looked handsome and refined, his words gave people a feeling of grandeur. It was obviously not something that an ordinary person could possess. Tang San shook his head without hesitation. "That's impossible. I won't sell the method to create hidden weapons. However, I promised Rong that I'll sell it to your sect. I can leave the forging process to you, but I'll have to complete the final synthesis process myself. Firstly, It's not easy to research the method to create these hidden weapons, so I don't want to sell it. Secondly, it'll take at least a few years to train a craftsman who can create these hidden weapons. I still need a lot of time to cultivate, so I don't have the time to do these things. Then leave it to me. Third brother. Two figures suddenly appeared. They connected. Light rain. Tang San was delighted. Tang Yu's ability to create hidden weapons wasn't inferior to his. Tang Yu nodded his head. Ning Fengji and Doluo were shocked. He hadn't felt anything when the two of them appeared. Were they actually this strong? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The atmosphere, just now, was really strange. Tang San smiled slightly. He looked towards Ning Fengji and said, "What hidden weapons do you want, Uncle Ning? My brother's ability to create hidden weapons is much better than mine, but the method to create them is out of the question." Ning Fengji returned to his senses. It seemed like there was no room for discussion regarding the method to create hidden weapons. Although Tang San was a youth, the calmness and determination he revealed wasn't something that could be easily shaken. Furthermore, he looked towards Tang Yu and Wang Dong. They actually gave him a very scary feeling. Ning Fengji said to Tang San, "We've seen the hidden weapons on Rong Rong's body. Based on the equipment she's wearing, I want 500 sets. 500 sets? Do you think they're cabbages?" Tang Yu looked at him disdainfully. Ning Fengji and Doluo were speechless. No one had ever dared to speak to them like this. "Not only can I help you create hidden weapons, I can also help you create combat-type soul tools. Why don't I just give you a few?" Tang Yu said. "What?" Everyone was shocked. Combat-type soul tools? That was extremely rare. Even the imperial family and the Seven Great Sect only had one at most. Now, someone actually said that he could create one, and would even give them a few. Other than the 7 monsters, everyone else was already used to Tang Yu's attacks. Afterwards, Ning Fengji spent a large sum of money to order 100 sleeve arrows, Zhuge divine crossbows, and a few combat-type and defensive-type soul tools from Tang Yu. He only had to ask for them half a year later. Tang Yu also gave him 6 class 6 soul bombs. Tang Yu's new invention. Once you inject your soul power into them, they'll explode in 5 seconds. They're only the size of a palm, so they're easy to carry around. When 4 of them explode together, they can threaten Super Doluo. There are also 2 strange talismans with different runes carved on them. Tang Yu said, "This is an explosion talisman, and the other is a group spatial teleportation talisman. Once you inject your soul power into the explosion talisman, something unexpected will happen when you throw out. Remember, these 2 talismans are good life-saving items. Don't use them unless you're in a critical situation." Ning Fengji and the others have gained a lot. At night, a person stood alone on the top floor of the Shrek Academy. The moonlight shone on him, revealing his beautiful face. His icy blue hair fluttered in the wind with the moonlight, and his icy blue eyes gazed at the beautiful moon. His black windbreaker fluttered in the wind, as if he had merged with the darkness. At this moment, a blood-red figure appeared in the soil above, blocking the moon. The moon seemed to be dyed red in that instant. This person was floating in the air. Only soul sages could fly in the air without the help of anything. That person had long blood-red hair, a blood-red windbreaker, and a pair of demonic blood-red eyes. It was as if his blood-red eyes were the blood-red full moon behind him. 2 fangs protruded from the sides of his mouth. However, he actually looked cute with his fangs. More importantly, he looked exactly the same as the person standing on the top floor of the Shrek Academy. He was just slightly more demonic. If the 7 monsters and Wang Dong were here, they would definitely be shocked. There were actually 2 Tang Yu. Yes, weren't these 2 people Tang Yu? However, there were actually 2 of them. Main body. I found the place you're looking for. Hee hee. The blood-red Tang Yu laughed. For some reason, his laughter was a little coquettish. Thank you for your hard work. Is it there?" Tang Yu trembled slightly when he heard this coquettish voice. It was coming from his other self. Yes, it also agreed to go with us. She had spent a lot of effort to convince it. So, the blood-red Tang Yu appeared in front of Tang Yu, only a centimeter away from him. The blood-red Tang Yu leaned his head towards Tang Yu's ear and whispered in a coquettish voice, "How are you going to reward me? Main body? Why don't you let me suck some of your blood? Just a little. Go away. It hurts. Mama, don't reject me so quickly. I've helped you a lot. You can't not reward me, right? Furthermore, it's just a little blood. You won't die. Who asked me to rely on blood to cultivate? Just a little, okay?" The blood-red Tang Yu suddenly hugged Tang Yu and acted coquettishly. If they didn't know that he was a man, many people would have been charmed by him. Who asked him to be so beautiful? Yes. Now, their worldview was destroyed. Tang Yu slapped his forehead with his right hand. How embarrassing. He regretted asking him to do this. Sigh. Okay. Remember, it's only a little bit. And that, gently. Yes. Definitely. After saying that, he opened his mouth and attacked Tang Yu's neck with his cute fangs. You. Sorry. I couldn't hold back. I'll deal with you later. How dare you fuse with me? Got it. After saying that, the blood-colored Tang Yu turned into a bloody light and merged into Tang Yu's body. This was Martial Soul Avatar, the name given by Tang Yu. In the past few years, the time in the dream world, he had discovered a new use of martial soul. That was Martial Soul Avatar. The prerequisite was that he had twin martial souls. He had to separate one of his martial souls from his body and form a new independent body. The new body had its own thoughts, but it would never betray him. When the original body died, the new body would also die. However, the new body would only return to the original body after death. Then, the original body would bear more than half of the injuries of the new body. When the new body merged with the original body, everything it experienced would be transmitted to the original body's brain. Other than that, the new body could also cultivate and become stronger. After the fusion, its strength would also become stronger together with the original body. Tang Yu had separated his martial soul of annihilation to form a new body. At the moment of fusion, many images appeared in Tang Yu's mind. In the beginning, a large group of hooligans in a city came to hit on him. Gotcha! Their heads all fell off. In order to silence them, they actually killed everyone in the city who saw him. In a dark forest, the flowers, plants, and trees were all black. There were also many dark attribute soul beasts. The surroundings were filled with dense, dark elements. And on a mountain peak in the distance, a pitch-black behemoth roared to the sky. Tang Yu let out a long sigh. He actually caused trouble. Sigh. Then he said, Dark Forest? The home of dark attribute soul beasts. Is the Black Dragon King of the 9 Great Dragon Kings hiding there? Sigh. Let's go and help it. He touched the teeth marks and blood on his neck. Hiss. It really hurts. Why aren't you all being gentle? Chapter 18. 3 days later, in the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City. The opening ceremony of the Continental Elite Academy Tournament was held in the Heavendo Empire's competition zone. As the grandest tournament in the world of Soul Masters, it didn't just attract the attention of Soul Masters. From the royal family to the commoners, every citizen of Heavendo City treated this tournament as the grandest festival. The opening ceremony was held in the Heavendo City's Heavendo Great Soul Arena. A month ago, the tickets for the opening ceremony had been sold out in advance. One had to know that the price of these tickets was the same as the price of admission to the Heavendo Great Soul Arena. As the main arena of the Heavendo division, the Heavendo Great Soul Arena had stopped all soul dueling competitions a month ago. All the sub-arenas in the Great Soul Arena were combined with the main Great Soul Arena. It formed a huge arena. In addition to the VIP area on the north side of the arena, the renovated Great Soul Arena could accommodate 80,000 spectators at the same time. Although the ticket sales made a lot of money, the Great Soul Arena had also paid a lot. For the next period of time, all the qualifiers for the Heavendo division would be held here. Early in the morning, before the sun rose from the east, the renovated Heavendo Great Soul Arena had already welcomed a huge audience. The audience naturally didn't come so early to enter the arena, because every ticket had a special seat number. They wanted to be able to see the young soul masters up close on the first day of the opening ceremony. Among them, there were many young girls who were yearning for love. Just as the Grandmaster had said, the total number of soul masters on the continent didn't exceed 6 digits. The students who could represent the Advanced Soul Master Academies were the cream of the crop. There was also an age limit of 25. They would undoubtedly become the ideal love partners in the hearts of young girls. If they could marry a powerful soul master, they would gain both fame and fortune. Even some of the aristocrats who had bought tickets to the VIP area were gathered outside. Aristocrats had always been happy to recruit soul masters. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament was a cradle of talents. Not to mention those who could achieve a certain level of results. Even those who participated in the tournament would be fought over by aristocrats and clans. Wow, there are so many people. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim. She looked left and right. It was the first time she had seen such a crowded scene. Oscar acted as Ning Rongrong's bodyguard and stood by her side. She lowered her head as much as possible so that no one could see her appearance. It wasn't just Oscar. Other than a few glamorous girls, Shrek 7 and the substitutes all lowered their heads as much as possible, because their attire really made him blush with shame. The standard Shrek Academy uniform wasn't an ordinary green, but a color that was somewhere between yellow and green. In Dai Mubai's words, it was a shitty green. However, only Tang Yu and Wang Dong weren't wearing this school uniform. Tang Yu was still wearing a black windbreaker, while Wang Dong was wearing a white tight-fitting outfit that matched him very well. Furthermore, the two of them were wearing rose gold butterfly masks. It gave them a sense of mystery. They followed at the rear. For the sake of this academy tournament, Dean Flanders, who had excellent taste, had specially made these uniforms for them. The material was pretty good, and it was very comfortable to wear. However, other than the shitty green color, there was a picture of the monster Shrek that occupied almost the entire front of their chests, except for certain 2 people. Furthermore, the color of this picture was a vibrant emerald green. This wasn't the most bizarre thing. The most bizarre thing was that there were 6 bright words embroidered on each of their backs with red silk thread. Sincere Recruitment Sponsorship Advertisement. There was a small line of words below the 6 words. Please look for Shrek Academy's Dean, Mr. Flanders, to discuss the cost of the advertisement. Except for a certain 2 people, even Tang Yu and Wang Dong felt that it was a little embarrassing. The 7 monsters felt that it was very strange. Why didn't Flanders let Tang Yu and Wang Dong wear it? The Great Master only replied, they threatened him. Threatened? The 2 of them actually threatened the rank 78 Dean, Flanders? Speechless. However, it was precisely because of this bizarre attire that Tang San and the others immediately received special attention when they entered the crowd. There was a lot of discussion going on around them. Which academy are they from? Heavens, did they just crawl out of a latrine? I'm dying of laughter. The green monster picture on their chests is so cute. Why are their ears like trumpets? Look, they're even advertising behind their backs. Is there really such an advanced Soul Master Academy? How can they participate in the Continental Elite Academy Tournament? It's simply too funny. There really are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are even 2 of them who are wearing masks. I'm afraid they're too ashamed to see others. Lower your voice. They're still soul masters. I think they're just here to go through the motions. If there was a crack in the ground, the 11 students from Shrek Academy, excluding the 2 people, would probably scramble to crawl into it. Even if they were mentally prepared, they didn't expect so many people to gather outside the Great Soul Dueling Arena. It was simply like an exhibition. Furthermore, it was definitely a typical example of the opposite. No longer caring about his face, Tang San imitated Tang Yu and Wang Dong. He took out the Shrek mask that he'd worn during the Soul Dueling Tournament and covered his face. Shrek 7 hurriedly followed suit. The pitiful Tai Long and the other 3 who joined later didn't have this equipment. They could only cover their faces with their hands. They were as pathetic as they could be. On the other hand, Tang Yu and the others ignored the ridicule of the people around them. Sometimes, speaking with strength was the best way to slap faces. You guys can continue to show off. You won't be able to laugh later. Tang Yu and Wang Dong were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. All right, let's do it here then. The registration is already done. We'll enter the arena for the opening ceremony later. All of you better be more spirited. Don't lose the face of our Shrek Academy. You're the team that's going to win the championship. You Toads want to win the championship. At this moment, an uncoordinated voice came from the side. The Shrek Academy students were already full of anger. When they heard this voice, they immediately looked in the direction of the voice. However, they were all stunned. They actually knew this group of people. They were the people from Sanghui Academy that had been destroyed by Tang Yu and the others. Furthermore, they were the Sanghui Academy students that they'd met when they'd gone to the Great Star Doe Forest to obtain their third soul ring. Looks like they're lucky. They might not have been there at that time. If I'd known earlier, I would have eliminated them completely. Tang Yu said from behind. Only Shrek and the others heard him. The other 4 substitutes didn't understand, but that didn't mean that the 7 monsters didn't. 80 to 90% of the Soul Masters of the Sanghui Academy had died at the hands of Tang Yu, Wang Dong, and Shi. Among them, there was even Principal Sanghui Contra. They'd killed 1,000 people with a single move. No one knew what level of strength they'd reached at that time. Indeed, just as Tang Yu said, these people weren't there at that time. Vice Principal Shi had brought them to cultivate, and many of the Academy's teachers and students weren't there either. However, they didn't expect that 80 to 90% of the Academy's people had been killed by Tang Yu and the others. After that, they came back to find that no one was there. There were no traces of a fight. It was as if they'd evaporated into thin air. Fortunately, under the leadership of Shi and some teachers, Sanghui Academy didn't close down. However, no one knew where these people had gone. They would never have thought that the people who destroyed 80 to 90% of the Academy's people were right in front of them. Who are you calling a toad? The first person to jump out was Tai Long. I'm calling whoever's wearing a shit green uniform. I think all of you are still lacking a green hat. If you pair it up, it'd be perfect. The person who spoke was a youth who looked to be in his early 20s. Tang San and the others had never seen this person before. His face was a little pale, and his body was thin and tall. His small eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. I'll let you know who's the toad. Tai Long raised his fist. He didn't have a good temper to begin with. Tai Long, come back. Tang San's voice rang out. Tai Long's fist had no choice but to stop in midair. He turned his head to look at Tang San. Sam Shao, Tang San said indifferently. What's the use of talking? If you want to fight, wait until we're in the arena. Don't you know that fighting between Soul Master Academies is prohibited here? Where did this group of little white dogs come from? Do they have an owner? Hurry up and take them away. Who are you calling a dog? The people from Sanghui Academy didn't have much self-restraint. In an instant, they surrounded them. Each of them had an imposing aura. It seemed that they were quite strong. Dai Mubai tacitly said, whoever barks here is a dog. A group of wild dogs that no one cares about. Little 3, although you can't fight here, you can always defend yourself. I don't mind sending these little white dogs home. The people from Sanghui Academy were furious. At this moment, a vigorous and powerful voice rang out. What are you doing? Hearing this voice, the faces of the students from Sanghui Academy immediately became flattering. They hurriedly separated to the sides. From behind them, an old man about 60 years old walked over. He was also dressed in a moon-white Soul Master attire, but the embroidery on his body was golden. Flanders was originally watching coldly from the side. When he saw this person, his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Ma Hongjun whistled. Oh, the owner of the little white dogs is here. Hurry up and take your little white dogs away. Save them from barking here. If they urinate and pee everywhere, it won't be good if they dirty the venue. To the surprise of the people from Shrek Academy, the old man only glanced at Ma Hongjun indifferently. He didn't flare up. Instead, he said in a deep voice, let's go. With that, he turned and walked in the other direction of the resting area. The students from Sanghui Academy looked at each other. No one dared to say anything and obediently followed. The fatty laughed heartily and said, Master is indeed different. You're so obedient. Fatty, you just scolded a soul sage. Tang Yu smiled faintly as she spoke. Ah. Fatso was shocked. Even the 7 freaks were shocked. Flanders frowned slightly. I didn't expect that old man to go to Tsanghui Academy. Was that impulsiveness just now faked? Ma Hongjun hurriedly asked, Teacher, who was that old man just now? Do you know him? That old man is called Shernyan. His martial soul is very special. It's a special martial soul that has form but no substance. It can create all kinds of illusions and cause people to get lost in them. With his current strength, he can cause his opponents to get lost in the illusions to commit suicide. We call his martial soul Remnant Dream. This old man is extremely sinister. Don't be fooled by his calm expression. He's actually very vengeful. All of you be careful. When I first met him, his soul power was already over rank 60. I'm afraid that he's over rank 70 now. Illusion? There's such a martial soul? Ma Hongjun was shocked. The 7 freaks were also shocked. On the other hand, Tang Yu and Wang Dong ignored him. Even if it's an illusion, it can't trap me. Tang Yu said, Light Rain, what do you mean by that? Everyone asked. When one's spiritual power reaches a certain level, they can also use their spiritual power to create illusions. I can do that. That old man's spiritual power is just slightly stronger, but it's definitely not as strong as mine. Everyone was speechless. In the entire continent of Dalaw, only Tang Yu would dare to say something like that. After he finished speaking, Tang Yu used his hand to condense an illusory white tiger, an illusory red vermilion bird, an illusory green-black tortoise, and an illusory green dragon. Everyone was shocked. Furthermore, they suddenly realized that the people around them acted as if they didn't see anything. My spiritual power is really stronger than that old man's. That old man's spiritual power has at most reached the concrete immaterial realm. I don't know how much stronger I am compared to him. Simply put, his spiritual power in front of me is like a drop of water in front of the ocean, and he is that drop of water. Hiss! Only the sound of people sucking in cold air was left. The last to enter is Shrek Academy's team. Shrek Academy, originally known as Lanba Academy, changed its name to Shrek a year ago. Look, their strange attire is so distinctive. There are a total of 13 students participating in the competition. Their registration slogan is the Unrivaled Champion. It's a very creative slogan. I hope they can perform well. Hearing the MC's words on the stage, the audience in the stands roared with laughter, and the sound of hooting rose and fell one after another. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Dai Mubai walked forward while clenching his fists. Later, use your strength to shut them up. Tang San's words came to his mind. He patted Dai Mubai's shoulder. Dai Mubai turned around and glanced at Tang San. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. If he was alone, he would have exploded long ago. However, he knew that as the captain of this team, if he did something impulsive first, how could he lead the team? Finally, all the participating academies entered the venue. Shrek Academy's team stood at the back of all the teams. Finally, all the participating academies entered the venue. Shrek Academy's team stood at the back of all the teams. Tang San didn't pay attention to the laughter around him. He had been carefully observing the situation around him. This great soul arena was undoubtedly the largest one he had ever seen. The stands were large enough to accommodate 80,000 spectators. They were all decorated with a silver background. Although it was morning, there were special magic conductors hanging around for illumination. It gave people a feeling of not only luxury, but also grandeur. When his gaze fell on the VIP stand, he saw a few acquaintances. One of them was Prince Xue Xing, who had driven them away at Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. There were also 3 teachers of Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. They were all sitting in the second row of the VIP stand. There were only 3 people in the first row of the VIP stand. The person in the middle was wearing a golden red robe and a dazzling golden diamond crown. His face was similar to Gu Yu's, and he looked slightly older than Prince Xue Xing. There were also some similarities between his eyebrows. The difference was that this person's aura was far superior to Prince Xue Xing's. Although he looked a little old, he gave people a feeling of origin as he sat there. It was as if everything around him was centered around him. Tang San didn't have to ask to guess this person's identity. If even Prince Shuexing was sitting in the second row, then the identity of the person in the middle of the first row was obvious. Who else could sit in this position besides the emperor of the Heavendo Empire? To the left of this person sat an old man who was older than him. His whole body was covered in a red robe, and he wore a pentagonal platinum crown on his head. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was asleep. His shoulders were very narrow, and his thin body was like a javelin. Not only had Tang San seen the person to the right of the emperor before, but he was also very familiar with him. This was Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Fengji wore a white robe today, and he wore a purple gold crown that symbolized his status. As one of the leaders of the seven great sects, he was fully qualified to sit in this position. As for the red robe person on the other side, Tang San could tell from the pentagonal platinum crown on his head that this person was the platinum bishop of the Martial Soul Palace. The supreme ruler of the Martial Soul Palace was undoubtedly the Pope. Under the Pope, there were 4 archbishops who wore pentagonal platinum crowns to symbolize their status. This person in front of him was undoubtedly one of the platinum bishops. To be qualified as a platinum bishop, this person had to be the temple master of the Heavendo City's Martial Soul Palace. His status was extremely noble. At this time, Ning Fengji seemed to feel that Tang San was looking at him. His gaze moved and just happened to meet Tang San's eyes. He smiled at him and nodded gently. The first round of the qualifiers, Tsanghui Academy versus Purple Star Academy. The first round of the qualifiers, Oakland Academy versus Blazing Radiance Academy. The first round of the qualifiers, Heavendo Imperial Academy versus Shrek Academy. The other academies' matches against Shrek Academy did not pay much attention to them. When they heard that their opponent in the first round was actually the vice captain of Heavendo Imperial Academy, their expressions could not help but become strange. Oscar murmured, "It can't be so coincidental." Ma Hongjun pressed his fingers, and a series of bone-cracking sounds were heard. Great. Didn't they chase us out? This time, let's show them what true strength is. During the individual competition, remember to call me, Tang Yu suddenly said. Everyone looked at Tang Yu. He actually fell asleep. He even muttered, "This is a competition with no disparity." Everyone was speechless. Directly skipping to the next part, Dai Mubai raised his hands in front of his chest and shouted, "Brothers, let's go." When both sides released their martial souls at the same time, and when all their soul rings appeared in front of the audience's eyes, gasps of surprise suddenly spread through the audience. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, for dazzling flashed on Dai Mubai's body. Standing beside him, Tai Long and Huang Yuan also released 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. The 3 assault-type soul masters released a powerful aura. Facing the 5 people in front of them, they were not inferior. Xiao Wu, Jingling, and Jiang Zhu also released 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. These 6 people all had the best soul ring configuration. What shocked the audience the most was Tang San, who was in the center of Shrek Academy's formation. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul ring appeared on his body at the same time. Not only the audience, but even the VIP seats were also in a state of shock. Who would have thought that they would see a 10,000-year soul ring appear on stage in the first round of the qualifiers? Prince Shuexing couldn't control his emotions and shouted, "No, this is impossible. How can it be a 10,000-year soul ring?" Dream Shinji painfully closed his eyes. This is supposed to be the Heavendo Academy's glory. No wonder they didn't even send out their entire main force. Even Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, who thought highly of Shrek Academy, was shocked when he saw Tang San's black soul ring. His 4th soul ring is already a 10,000-year soul ring? As one of the sect leaders of the 7 great sects, how could he not know how difficult it was? A 5,000-year soul beast cultivation gap. The eyes of the Platinum Bishop, Sokka's, suddenly lit up as he stared at Tang San. Although he didn't lose his composure like Prince Snowstar behind him, his hands on his knees had subconsciously clenched tightly. 10,000-year soul ring. The snowy Night Emperor's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Sect Leader Ning, it seems like you think highly of this team, right? Stop. We admit defeat. The teacher in charge of Heaven Do Imperial Academy's second team saw that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly threw out a white towel. Shrek won without any suspense. Heavens, is this really a group of students? At this moment, the 80,000 spectators in the entire Great Soul Arena were completely silent. If the clothes of the Shrek Academy team members were the object of their ridicule, then at this moment the shit green uniforms looked so dazzling. There was no suspense. This was indeed a competition without any suspense. Or rather, it was a one-sided massacre. But the target of their annihilation wasn't Shrek Academy, but Heaven Do Imperial Academy's second team, the symbol of the Heaven Do Empire's imperial family. Tang San's cold gaze swept across the spectators, as if telling them with his eyes who was the strongest. Shrek's team of 7 used their tyrannical strength to block all the insults. Contempt and disdain had long since disappeared. What was left was only shock and disbelief. Referee, I want to complain. They weren't competing at all, they were killing people. They violated the rules of the competition. I request that they be judged to have lost. Seeing his team members covered in blood and broken bones, the teacher in charge of Heaven Do Imperial Academy roared angrily at the referee. The referee had already come to his senses and looked sternly at Shrek Academy's team members. Tang San smiled and said, "Referee, I only have one question. Are they dead?" The referee was stunned and turned to look at the 7 members of Heaven Do Imperial Academy's second team on the ground. Indeed, although the 7 of them were heavily injured, they were still breathing and shouldn't be dead. Tang San pointed to Jiang Zhu behind him. Our auxiliary type, Soul Master's ability, is healing. She had activated her martial soul right from the start and unleashed her healing abilities. This healing ability is enough to spread to the competition stage. That's not to heal us, but to heal them. If we really want to kill them, why would we heal them? It seems like they don't need us to heal them. Senior Jiang Zhu, stop. Tang San's voice was very loud. He deliberately used his soul power to spread his voice throughout the entire arena so that everyone could hear him. How contemptuous was it to let their own soul master heal their opponents from the start? But Shrek Academy's display of strength was enough to look down on their opponents. The referee looked at them and didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time, 2 other referees ran up. The 3 of them lowered their heads and discussed for a moment. Only then did the referee on the stage announce loudly, Shrek Academy wins the first round of the qualifiers. This was a perfect victory in 1 minute. After that, Ning Fengji looked for Tang San and told him that there was someone who knew why Tang suddenly disappeared from the world of Soul Masters. Although it wasn't comprehensive, there was at least some news. When he heard that it was related to his father, Tang San's heart tightened. Although he could roughly guess what had happened with Tang Yu's deduction half a year ago, it was still a guess. He didn't know if it was true or not. Tang San pulled Tang Yu, who was half asleep and half awake, and left together. Ning Fengji brought Tang San to a tea house and saw a young man. The young man's gaze shifted to Tang San and Tang Yu, who had suddenly woken up. This should be Brother Tang San and Brother Tang Yu that Uncle Ning highly admires. You flatter me. Tang San nodded slightly to the young man. Tang Yu stared at this person without blinking. Just now, he felt a very strong soul power fluctuation, and the aura was very familiar. It came from this person. After looking at him carefully, Tang Yu suddenly smiled. So that's how it is. A disguise? Holy angel. Yi Gai's ancestor, Qianren Shiwei. The young man looked at Tang Yu's calm and charming smile. He wasn't captivated, but he suddenly felt that he had been seen through in an instant. And this, how is this possible? I can't see through this person's strength. He could see through Tang San's cultivation at a glance. But this Tang Yu, he felt like he was facing a bottomless pit. Bottomless. Of course, he couldn't show it on his face. He could only hide the inexplicable fear in his heart. Ning Fengji smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. Little 3, Light Rain, this is the crown prince of the Do Empire, Shue Qinghe. Tang San was shocked and immediately understood why he felt a sense of familiarity towards this youth. Wasn't that right? His appearance was similar to the Snowy Night Emperor, as well as the Fourth Prince, Avalanche, and Shue Xing, who had caused trouble for Shrek Academy previously. So it's the Crown Prince. Tang San greets you. Tang San bowed slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Tang Yu didn't even bow. He only smiled and nodded at him. I hope you better be up to something, otherwise, Tang Yu thought to himself. A trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. The three of them didn't feel it. Shue Qinghe praised. If Uncle Ning didn't tell me, I would find it hard to believe that you are only 14 years old. Back then, when I was 14, I was just an ignorant youth. It's nice to meet you. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Shue. As for the Crown Prince, there's no need to mention it. From the other party's words and actions, Tang San couldn't help but be shocked. Was he really the son of the same father as Prince Avalanche? Why was the difference so great? Tang San had lived 2 lives. From Ning Fengji's introduction and the identity of the Crown Prince in front of him, he had already guessed that this Crown Prince should have already obtained the support of the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Thinking back, the Snow Night Emperor was already quite old. Could it be that the Heaven Do Empire was going to have a royal family fight for the throne? Tang Yu thought to himself. This woman, she can really pretend. Ning Fengji said, all right, let's sit down and talk. The green tea here tastes pretty good. Xiao San, Light Rain, you guys try it too. The 3 of them sat down. Shue Qinghe personally poured fragrant tea for Ning Fengji, Tang San, and Tang Yu. There was no need to drink it. Just smelling the fragrance was already a refreshing feeling. Coupled with the antique decorations in the room, it was easy to make one feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Tang Yu directly took the cup. Thank you. After the official business was finished, the 3 of them drank tea and chatted. Tang San discovered that not only was Shue Qinghe talkative, but he was also very knowledgeable. The way he spoke gave off a calm and magnanimous feeling. Throughout their conversation, Shue Qinghe had never once mentioned anything about recruiting. Tang San observed carefully and discovered that Shue Qinghe was very open-minded. He was completely different from the Prince Avalanche and Prince Shue Xing that he had seen before. Tang Yu didn't say a word, but in his heart, he thought to himself, what a shrewd woman. Shue Qinghe didn't talk to Tang Yu for the first time, but Tang Yu ignored him. Brother Tang, why don't we have lunch together? Shue Qinghe suggested. Tang San shook his head and said, no, it's getting late. I'd better go back to the academy with Light Rain. Shue Qinghe smiled and took out a gold medal from his chest. The gold medal was simple, but it contained a special energy flow. The word heaven was carved on it. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Take this medal. If you have any problems in the future, you can take it to the palace and find me. Looking at the gold medal in front of him, Tang San hesitated for a moment. Ning Fengji smiled and said, Qinghe doesn't have any other intentions. Just take it. This medal is just a personal symbol of Qinghe. It has no other use. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Tang San couldn't refuse. Only then did he pick up the heavy gold medal and put it into his 24 moonlit bridges. Shue Qinghe and Ning Fengji personally sent Tang San and Tang Yu to the entrance of the tea house. Tang San and Tang Yu bade farewell to the 2 of them and returned to the Shrek Academy. Seeing Tang San and Tang Yu's figures gradually disappear, Shue Qinghe praised, Teacher, you're right. They're really not like kids who are only in their teens. Not only do they know how to hide their thoughts, but their speech and actions are also very calm. They're really worthy of being disciples of the Clear Sky sect, especially Tang Yu. The feeling he gives people is like a sleeping dragon. Ning Fengji smiled and said, Tang San's excellence wasn't given by the Clear Sky sect. He completely relied on his own ability. Even I can't see his future clearly. If it were other soul masters who only had blue silvergrass as their martial soul, it would be very difficult for them to achieve anything. However, he's different. Not only did he reach rank 40 at such a young age, but the strength he displayed wasn't any weaker than a rank 40 soul master with a top-grade martial soul. If he can solve the problem of the backlash of his twin martial souls in the future, he will definitely become a person who can summon wind and rain on the continent. He might even surpass his father. As for Tang Yu, it doesn't belong to the Clear Sky sect. Oh, then where did he come from? Xue Qinghe seemed to be very interested in Tang Yu. Sigh, although this is only my guess, I can only tell you his martial soul. His martial soul is his eyes. What? Body. Body soul. Could it be he came from... Sigh. This is only my personal guess. On the way. Light rain. I was just guessing before. Now I can roughly guess. Tang Xin said seriously. Tang Yu didn't say anything. The thing that the Martial Soul Palace is looking for is probably my mother, 100,000-year-old plant-type, blue-silver emperor. Moreover, it might still be in the underage stage of its transformation. Tang Yu has told Tang San a lot about soul beasts in the past 6 months. Tang Yu still didn't say anything. Light rain? Tang San looked at Tang Yu. He was actually looking at the side of the road. There was a wooden table there. There was a bamboo tube with many bamboo slips in it. Beside it was a flag for fortune-telling. However, the most attractive thing was that there was a Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram on the table. Behind the table sat a skinny old man with round sunglasses. He was staring at Tang San and the others with a smile. No, to be more precise, he was staring at Tang Yu. Tang San was shocked. This was a fortune-teller. He had seen many fortune-tellers in his previous world, but how could there be a fortune-teller in this world? However, Tang Yu wasn't thinking about this. This old man, he couldn't see through his strength. Chapter 19. 3 days later, the Grandmaster said, "Your opponents in the second round of the qualifiers are very strong. You have 3 choices now. First, you can forfeit this round and preserve your strength. After all, the top 5 teams in the qualifiers will be able to enter the qualifiers and the finals. Second, you can use the same lineup as the previous round, but your chances of winning are less than 1%. Third, you can use your full strength. Even if you win, your abilities will be exposed." Shrek 7 looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of opponent could make the Grandmasters so serious. Wang Dong was also very interested in Tang Yu. Lu Erlong said, "Have you heard of the Elephant Armor sect? They're ranked 6th among the 7 great sects. Your opponents today are from the Elephant Armor Academy, created by the Elephant Armor sect. Their 7 competitors are all direct disciples of the Elephant Armor sect. 3 of them are at rank 40, while the other 4 are close to rank 40. They can be said to be the elites of the Elephant Armor sect's new generation. If Light Rain and Wang Dong don't fight, it'll be difficult for you to win." Shrek's team didn't say anything. "Let's fight then. Only Light Rain and I," Wang Dong said. Everyone looked at the 2 of them. "Do you still doubt our abilities?" Wang Dong laughed. Go ahead then. Remember not to kill them," Flanders said helplessly. They were already Soul Emperors half a year ago. Now, they were close to becoming Soul Sages. No, they might already be Soul Sages. Soul Emperors and Soul Sages who weren't even 15 years old. There hadn't been such young Soul Masters in history. 2 Soul Sages who could defeat the Elephant Armor sect without using soul power. Are they from the Elephant Armor sect? Tang Yu and Wang Dong smiled. They were a little nostalgic. The 3rd day of the Elite Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament had officially begun. The number of VIPs watching the game in the VIP stands today was almost the same as the first day of the opening ceremony. Not only were the higher-ups of the Empire present, but the Snowy Night Emperor was also sitting in the center of the first row. However, today, there were 4 people beside him instead of 2. Apart from Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and Salus, the Platinum Bishop, there were 2 other people. One of them was one of the 2 titled Dalaw of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Guvdalaw Gurong. The other person was even weirder. Not to mention the fact that many of the upper echelons of the Empire in the VIP seats were looking at him. Even the spectators in the spectator seats further away had noticed his presence. This was because this person's appearance was a little too special. This person's height was estimated to be at least 2.5 meters. He alone occupied 3 spacious seats in the VIP seats. He sat there like a mountain of flesh. His skin was dark, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. There seemed to be a layer of special light on his dark skin. Just by sitting there, he gave off a very powerful feeling. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked to be at least 70 years old. Ning Fengji didn't expect this person to appear in the VIP seats. Beside him, Gudo Luo asked him telepathically, "Fengji, why is celestial phenomenon Huyin Jin here too?" Ning Fengji replied in the same way. "You'll understand when you see who the Elephant Armor Academy's opponent is today. I'm afraid Sokka is called Huyin Jin over because of them." The Martial Soul Palace was known as the strongest in the continent, and could even be compared to the 2 great empires because of the support of the 4 lower sects of the 7 great sects. Among the 7 great sects, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had always supported the Heavendo Empire's imperial family. The Tyrannosaurus family remained neutral. The Clear Sky sect secretly supported the Sionra Empire's imperial family. The 4 lower sects had a close relationship with the Martial Soul Palace. Although they weren't affiliated, they were definitely on the same side. The Elephant Armor sect was located not far from Heavendo City. The Mountain of Flesh sitting beside Salus was the sect leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Celestial Phenomenon Huyin Jun. If he wasn't the sect leader, how could he have a right to sit in the first row of the VIP seats? Gu Rong smiled and said, "It seems like this year's Elite Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament is getting more and more interesting. It's indeed the rise of the younger generation." Fengji, when you predicted that they would be the golden generation of Soul Masters, I was still a little doubtful. But now it seems like it's not bad. I just don't know what other teams will appear in the finals. Today, the Shrek Academy's opponent is the Elephant Armor sect. Do you still think they'll win? Ning Fengji smiled and said, "Why not? Don't forget, there are still those 2 kids." When Ning Fengji mentioned those 2 kids, a tinge of fear appeared on Gu Rong's face. Half a year ago, those 2 kids had already made her fearful. What about now? That feeling was still there. As they spoke, Ning Fengji saw the members of both teams walking up to the central stage. However, the people that Shrek Academy had sent out were simply too shocking. 2. There's only 2 of them. 2 masked people. The spectators started to jeer. Why are there only 2 of them? Don't tell me that Shrek thinks that 2 people are enough. Aren't they too arrogant? In the VIP seats, Ning Fengji's gaze subconsciously drifted to the Platinum Bishop, Sokka's, who was on the other side of the Snowy Night Emperor. He caught a flash of viciousness in Sokka's eyes. The Elite Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament was organized by the Martial Soul Palace and co-organized by the 2 empires. Although the rules were as fair as possible, there were only 2 words in Ning Fengji's mind right now: underhanded manipulation. Sokka saw that there was no hope of recruiting Shrek Academy. It was obvious that he wanted to suppress them before they became famous. How ruthless! When he understood this, Ning Fengji's face turned gloomy. However, he smiled in the next moment and looked at the 2 people from Shrek. That aura, they're going up. It seems like the Elephant Armor sect is in for it. Gu Rong's expression changed. This feeling they're going up? The Elephant Armor sect is in for it. Shrek only sent 2 people? It seems like they're underestimating you. Elder Huyin. Sokka's laughed at Huyin Jun. Oomph. Huyin Jin snorted. He was obviously unhappy. It's like Master Ning. Why did Shrek only send 2 people? Do they think they can win with just 2 people? The Snowy Night Emperor asked. Your Majesty, these 2 kids are Shrek's trump cards. They're very strong. Ning Fengji said. Oh, the Snowy Night Emperor was shocked. Oomph. So what if they're trump cards? In their eyes, she was only 15 years old. How strong can they be? Huyin Jun was obviously unhappy. The ending will decide everything. Just watch. This match will end very quickly. Ning Fengji laughed. The 2 people were Tang Yu and Wang Dong. When the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy stepped onto the center stage, The entire stage shook with their footsteps. Those who stepped onto the stage didn't look like 7 people, but 7 mountains. They were all dressed in black. Among the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy, the shortest one was more than 2 meters tall, and the tallest one was more than 2.5 meters tall. They stood in front of Tang Yu and Wang Dong, looking down at them from above. The one standing in the middle was an exceptionally valiant man. He took a step forward and spread his legs. The ground of the stage shook violently. Team Elephant Armor, Captain Huyin Li, rank 43 defense type, Soul Ancestor. The captain's voice was low and muffled. The fat on his body seemed to tremble slightly with his voice. His small eyes stared at Tang Yu with an ominous glint. They only sent 2 people. They're looking down on us. I'll tear you apart later. You're the captain of Shrek's Ace Squad, Tang Yu. You don't deserve to know your level, Tang Yu said with a smile. Although he was wearing a mask and his expression couldn't be seen, his smile said it all. We'll teach you a lesson later. How dare you look down on our Elephant Armor sect? Huyin Li raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up. Ha! Tang Yu just smiled and didn't say anything. The first match of the second round of the qualifiers has officially begun. The 2 disciples of the Elephant Armor sect took off their shirts at the same time, revealing their fat bodies. Soon, they used the changes on their bodies to tell the audience why they took off their shirts. His originally incomparably majestic body swelled once again amidst the explosive roar of the martial spirit possession. Some of the loose fat actually rapidly wrinkled, becoming exaggerated and terrifying muscles. A layer of dark yellow cuticle appeared on the surface of his skin, flickering with a metallic luster. What made them look even more inhuman was that their noses extended and lengthened at the same time. At the same time, their upper lips turned up and 2 fangs grew by a foot. The 7 of them raised their right feet at the same time and stomped heavily on the stage. Not only did it attract the attention of the audience, but it also made them worry if the stage could withstand their violent power. Among the 7 of them, the 3 in the middle had 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The 4 beside them had 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Their soul ring combinations were the best. In the VIP seats, Sakas looked at the mountain of flesh beside him. Huyin Jun nodded at him and said in a deep voice, Ali is the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Elephant Armor sect. He's also my eldest grandson. His innate talent is better than mine when I was young. I hope that he can become the first titled Dalaw of the Elephant Armor sect in the future. Huyin Jun did not hide his voice. Not only did Sakas hear it, but the Snowy Knight Emperor Ning Fengji and Gu Rong in the first row also heard it. Snow Knight Emperor smiled faintly and said, Sect Master Huyin has such a grandson. It's really worth celebrating. Huyin Jin laughed loudly, his voice shaking the VIP seats. Your Majesty is too kind. Let's watch Ali's performance. This year, our goal is to be in the top 3 in the finals. Haha, it's a pity that you guys met these 2. You met these 2 children. Gu Rong shook her head and laughed. Let's see. How are they going to deal with this? On the arena, Tang Yu said to Wang Dong, I'll take on 4, you take on 3. Finish them in 30 seconds. All right. They did not lower their voices, and everyone in the Elephant Armor sect heard it. Not only them, everyone heard it. Almost everyone said that they were crazy. Finish us in 30 seconds? Dream on. Everyone, let's go. Huyin Li shouted angrily. However, before he could do anything, Tang Yu was already in front of him. He grabbed Huyin Li's long nose and the other person's nose and slammed them into the ground. Wang Dong also grabbed 2 people's heads and slammed them into the ground. The 2 of them raised their hands at the same time, clenched their fists, and smashed the heads of the people on the ground. Of course, they held back most of their strength. Boom! The arena caved in, and 4 people lay there, covered in blood. Everyone's eyes widened. Tang Yu and Wang Dong stood up and looked at the remaining 3 people. The 3 of them had miraculously collapsed. It was a spiritual attack. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the arena. This is it. They didn't even release their martial souls. The last 3 people died in such a ridiculous way. They were scared to death. You used 25 seconds. Not bad. Tang Yu laughed. He did not lower his voice. Everyone was shocked again. Could it be that he still remembered the time when he was fighting? What kind of monsters are they? How was this possible? Huyan Jun was shocked. Even Sokka's, who was at the side, began to tremble. The Snowy Night Emperor was already dumbfounded, and so were Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. To be honest, they had never seen them fight before. This was their first time seeing it. They were actually so strong. Sect Master Ning, are they really less than 15 years old? The Snowy Night Emperor asked in disbelief. Your Majesty, these two children are only 14 years old. 14 years old? The Snowy Night Emperor was shocked. Huyan Jun and Sokka's were also shocked. Only 14 years old? Tang Yu and Wang Dong were about to get off the stage. Stop! A low voice sounded. Tang Yu and Wang Dong turned around and saw Huyan Jun glaring at him. Old man, what's the matter? Tang Yu said calmly. Gasp. The surrounding people gasped. He actually dared to talk to the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect like this? Suppressing his anger, Huyan Jun retorted. Junior, you almost killed my eldest grandson and my disciples. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Explanation? Huh? Are they dead? Tang Yu retorted. According to the rules of the tournament, as long as the victim is not killed, the attacker will not be held responsible. Tang Yu raised his middle finger. Gasp. The surrounding people gasped again. He actually scolded Huyan Jun. The people in the VIP area also widened their eyes. No one had ever dared to scold Huyan Jun. Shrek's people were also shocked. This was the first time they heard Light Rain scolding someone. Wang Dong also seemed to have seen something rare. He didn't know if Tang Yu had scolded anyone before. Anyway, he didn't remember it. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. How can you talk to your elders like this? No one on the continent has ever dared to scold me like this. Are you blind? Idiot. Tang Yu still looked at him with disdain. Boom. The surrounding people were shocked again. He scolded him again. Huyan Jun's chest heaved up and down. Huyan Jun was really angry. He directly possessed his martial soul. The surrounding soul masters automatically released their martial souls to resist the pressure. He also changed. Exaggerated muscles, a long nose, 2 long crescent-shaped fangs, and big ears. His gray skin was actually that of a diamond mammoth. However, he was much stronger than those guys just now. He actually had 8 soul rings. 2 rings, 2 purple rings, and 4 black rings. 8 rings contra. Tang Yu's face turned cold. He smiled and said, This is the soul dueling tournament. It's a stage for youths. Old man, how old are you? What are you doing here? When he said this, the whole place went silent. Then, ha! Wang Dong suddenly laughed. Ridicule, ridicule. Naked ridicule. Scoundrel. Huyan Jun was furious. He raised his right fist and attacked Tang Yu. This child is dead. Heavens! Contra actually attacked. He actually bullied a child. The surrounding people jeered. Oh no! Sect Master Ning quickly saved them. Shui Yi hurriedly said. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned, because that punch was actually caught by Tang Yu's right hand. Yes, it was his right hand. Silence. Everyone's eyes widened. Was this a joke? Contra's punch was actually caught. Furthermore, it was by a child. Old man, don't you know the rules of the soul dueling tournament? Tang Yu said coldly. He suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Kacha! Ah! Huyan Jun suddenly broke free from Tang Yu's right hand. The pain caused him to kneel on the ground. When he looked at his right hand, he realized that it had already been squeezed out of shape. He looked at Tang Yu in shock. The surrounding people also looked at Tang Yu in shock. He had actually taken care of Contra with a single squeeze? On the VIP stage, everyone's expression changed. They were all shocked. Ning Fengji and the rest knew that Tang Yu was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. If such a monster doesn't join the Martial Spirit Palace, we must get rid of him as soon as possible. Sokka thought to himself. Shrek and the rest were also shocked. Light Rain had actually become so strong. Tang Yu turned around and glanced at Huyan Jun. who was kneeling on the ground in pain, and said coldly, "Next time, before you act tough, look at who your opponent is before you act tough. Otherwise, an elephant like you might be beaten into a pig." Huyan Zhen's eyes were filled with deep fear. In fact, just now, he felt that Tang Yu didn't use any force at all. Tang Yu walked down the stage without looking back, leaving behind a domineering figure. Domineering. Everyone thought so. How could they not think so? Tang Yu is too strong. Too strong. Domineering. Shrek is the best. Shrek is the strongest trump card. Tang Yu. Tang Yu. Ah, that back view is too handsome. I want to give birth to monkeys for him. Tisk. You? Don't you know which chicken coop you came from? I hereby announce that Tang Yu from now on is my Prince Charming. Oh, so cool. There are many similar words. Many young, noble women secretly promised their hearts to Tang Yu. This was a real man. Chapter 20. After entering Shrek Academy, Sokka's gaze flickered slightly. The surrounding scenery had already been imprinted into his mind. In the past, he naturally wouldn't have noticed such an ordinary advanced Soul Master Academy. However, it was different now. Shrek Academy's performance in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament was simply too shocking, although he didn't really care much about it. At least it proved that this academy could nurture some elite talents. Flanders brought everyone to the first conference room in the teaching block. Both parties took their seats as guests and hosts. Flanders gave the first seat to Sokka's and Ning Fengji. He, Lu Erlong, and the Grandmaster respectfully took the last seat. Dean Flanders, you should know the purpose of our visit. Sokka's lifted the teacup in front of him and drank a mouthful of tea. His expression immediately turned ugly. Although this tea had just been served, the poor quality of the tea leaves was something he couldn't imagine. As the Hall Master of the Martial Soul Palace, Sokka's had always lived like a prince. When had he ever drunk such a strange tea like baby breath? The so-called baby breath was just tea leaves. After pouring a cup of hot water and sprinkling a handful of tea leaves into it, it would instantly feel like the sky was full of stars. It was a type of tea that only the poorest commoners would drink. However, the baby breath that Flanders had prepared was the best of the best. When Ning Fengji saw Sokka's expression, he lifted his teacup and pretended to drink it. Flanders didn't treat it differently. The tea in his cup was the same. Ning Fengji suppressed his laughter and coughed. Dean Flanders, your tea leaves aren't very good. Flanders had been waiting for this opportunity to make a fuss. He sighed and said, I still have to ask for your forgiveness. Our Shrek Academy is too poor. All the funds were used to nurture the students. It took a lot of effort to nurture a few children who could be considered elites. I usually don't have the money to drink tea. I bought this a few years before I took over the academy. If Sokka's expression was ugly before, it was now completely ashen. If it weren't for his identity, he would have vomited already. It was a few years old tea, and it was of such poor quality. Waves of nausea made him feel nauseous. But looking at Flanders' pitiful and aggrieved face, he couldn't do anything. You can't say anything when he doesn't have money, right? After some time, Flanders' eyes were red, and he looked like he was about to cry. Why should we be investigated? Since the competition was fair and the judges should have seen the situation clearly. The contestants from Songhui Academy used a 7-person martial soul fusion technique. Would they show mercy? If our students hadn't blocked their attacks, I'm afraid none of them would have made it back alive. Everyone saw that our students were only passively resisting. We didn't do anything wrong. If the organizing committee really decides to remove us, we have nothing to say. Sokka's eyes flashed. You said it yourself. Flanders glared at Sokka's. Your Excellency, Platinum Bishop, what do you mean by targeting our Shrek Academy? Fine. I'd like to see how you will remove our Shrek Academy from this competition. Little gang, tomorrow we will go to the Holy Land to meet His Holiness and ask His Holiness to uphold justice for us. One of the paladins suddenly took a step forward, and all 10 of them ignited their soul power at the same time. The two red-robed cardinals also stood up. As long as Sakas gave the order, they would immediately take action. Sakas ignored Flender and turned to look at Ning Fengji beside him, saying, "Sect Master Ning, you saw it too. Shrek Academy is so arrogant that they refuse to accept the investigation of the organizing committee. If we don't deal with them, how are we going to answer to the other participating academies?" Ning Fengji wanted to help, but he was powerless to do so. Sakas turned to Flanders and sneered. "You want to appeal to His Holiness, right? Then you can set off immediately. I hereby announce that Shrek Academy has violated the rules of the competition." Just as he spoke, a voice suddenly cut him off. Wait a moment. This time, it was the Grandmaster who spoke. Although he wasn't as agitated as Flanders, his face was still ashen. "Sakas, think carefully before you make a decision. Do you think you can call His Excellency Platinum Bishop by his full name?" One of the cardinals immediately reprimanded. Just as Sakas was about to continue speaking and kick Shrek Academy out of this competition, the Grandmaster suddenly flicked his wrist, and an object flew out from his palm, heading straight for Sakas. There was no need for Sakas to make a move. A paladin quickly stepped in front of Sakas and raised his hand to strike the object, his soul power suddenly erupting. At the same time, the other paladins quickly reacted, immediately surrounding Flanders, the Grandmaster, and Liu Erlong. "Stop!" A hand shot out horizontally, blocking the paladin's attack. It turned into an invisible barrier that completely enveloped the paladin's soul power. Strangely, there was no collision of energy. The paladin's soul power actually disappeared silently, like snow melting away. The one who made the move wasn't Ning Fengji, nor was it anyone else from Shrek Academy. It was Platinum Bishop Sakas himself. Sakas blocked the paladin's attack with one hand, while his other hand caught the object the Grandmaster had thrown at him. He looked at the surrounding paladins with an icy expression. "What are you doing? Get the F***CK out. Did I say you can make a move?" The paladins clearly didn't understand why this Platinum Bishop had suddenly become angry, but no one dared to refute him. All 10 of them immediately left the room dejectedly. Sakas didn't even need to look to know what it was that had fallen into his hands. A faint layer of sweat appeared on his forehead as the paladins walked out of the room. His expression was clearly more restrained as he bowed to the Grandmaster. "Greetings, Elder." The Grandmaster glanced at him indifferently. "Let's all sit down and talk." Flanders snickered inwardly, while Ning Fengji was also very surprised. With his eyesight, he naturally saw what that insignia was. It was the highest insignia that the Martial Soul Palace issued to non-members of the Martial Soul Palace. It could have 6 images. This insignia also had another name, the Pope's insignia. Anyone who held this insignia had the prestige of an elder of the Martial Soul Palace. It was as if the Pope had personally come. Now that the Grandmaster had this item in his hands, Sakas didn't dare to be presumptuous. He held up the Pope's insignia with both hands and respectfully handed it to the Grandmaster. "Please take it back, Elder." The Grandmaster took the Pope's insignia and didn't take it back. He just placed it in front of him and glanced at Sakas indifferently. "I didn't mean to interfere with Your Excellency's decision. I just hope that our Shrek Academy can be fair. Every member of the Shrek Academy team is a genius soul master that we have painstakingly nurtured. I don't want their injuries to worsen because of this inquiry or even affect their lives. If Your Excellency really wants to investigate, you should wait until their injuries have recovered." With the Pope's insignia as a deterrent, even though Sakas was unwilling, what else could he say? Unless the Pope or a member of the Hall of Elders were present, with the current members of the Martial Soul Palace, no one had the right to say anything. I was too rash. Since that's the case, let's forget about this investigation. We'll take our leave. Sakas was using this as an excuse to make a fuss. What did the Sanghui Academy's survival have to do with him? So, he left with his tail between his legs. Ning Fengji wasn't in a hurry to leave. He looked at the Grandmaster with a smile and said, "I didn't expect Grandmaster to be an honorary elder of the Martial Soul Palace." Fengji was really rude in the past. The Grandmaster's eyes were reserved. "I was just scaring some mediocre people. Ning Fengji seemed to want to ask something, but in the end, he stopped himself. The children's health is important. If you can't win tomorrow's competition, then give up. It's also to give the tournament's organizing committee a way out. After saying this, Ning Fengji said goodbye to the three people and turned to leave with Doloa. Watching the backs of the two people gradually disappear, the fake smile on Flanders's face quietly disappeared. This sect master Ning is worthy of his reputation. However, Xiaojing, although you've scared the people of the Martial Soul Palace this time, I'm afraid you'll attract more attention in the future. Before the Grandmaster had time to speak, suddenly, his ear hurt and Lu Erlong's cold voice sounded. You Xiaojing, you're still in contact with that B***TCH. Tell me, are you? Flanders saw that Lu Erlong was about to explode. He froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, I still have something to do. I'll go back first. You guys talk. After that, he turned around and ran away without any sense of loyalty. It hurts, Erlong let go. You misunderstood. The Grandmaster looked at Lu Erlong helplessly. At this time, Lu Erlong's eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes. Misunderstood? That B***TCH even gave you the Pope's order. What's there to misunderstand? She has such an affair with you that she doesn't even care about her face. The Grandmaster's stiff face was stiff. Don't talk nonsense. Let go. She didn't give me this Pope's order. Although Lu Erlong was much stronger than the Grandmaster, when the Grandmaster was angry, she was a little afraid. Only then did she let go of the Grandmaster's ear. Then tell me, who gave you this Pope's order? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I won't let this go. The Grandmaster said helplessly, You're already so old, but you're still so impulsive. Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows. You're saying I'm old? That's not what I meant. Do you still want to know the origin of this Pope's order? Tell me. Lu Erlong restrained her emotions. The Grandmaster sighed softly. This was given to me by Xiaosan's father. Lu Erlong didn't know much about Tang San's background. Ever since the Grandmaster appeared, she was completely focused on him. At this time, she couldn't help but say in surprise, Xiaosan's father? How is that possible? Don't tell me. The Grandmaster took Lu Erlong's hand and walked into the school. As he walked, he slowly said 4 words, title, Hao Yan. Somewhere in the school, there were 3 people standing. Oh, you're leaving just like that? I thought there would be a big fight. What a pity. I still want to try my current strength. The blonde man, standing in the middle, laughed. Next to him, a woman with 2 green ponytails suddenly stretched out her hand and pulled the man's ear angrily. Idiot. Light Rain told us to secretly keep an eye on that Martial Soul Palace scum. If you make a move, won't you be exposed? Ouch. Ouch. Be gentle. My Bing. Well, don't make trouble. It's best that scum didn't make a move. If he did, we'll deal with him immediately. Now that he's gone, we've completed our mission. Let's go back. The other woman with snow-white hair said. Okay. After that, the 3 people disappeared. In order to prove that their students were seriously injured, the next day, Shrek Academy announced that they would forfeit the next 2 matches. They gave the team members enough time to rest. Shrek Academy's invincible golden body was broken just like that. Moreover, their opponents in these 2 days were God Wind Academy and Thunder Academy, 2 powerhouses respectively. If Thunder Academy felt that they were somewhat lucky, then God Wind Academy's captain, Feng Xiaotian, was completely depressed. Shrek Academy's forfeit admittedly gave them a direct victory, but Fire Dance's anger obviously wouldn't be reduced because of them winning without a fight. Feng Xiaotian also didn't really defeat Tang San, so his dream of winning the beauty could only be temporarily put aside. The qualifiers were in full swing. When Shrek Academy came back, their strength didn't decrease like some of the audience's judgment and continued to play the song of victory. Soon, a total of 27 rounds of the qualifiers were coming to an end. Only 1 round was left. It would be over. At present, the ranking of the top few teams in the qualifiers were as follows. Thunder Academy, 26 matches, 25 wins. The only one who defeated them was God Wind Academy. God Wind Academy, 26 matches, 25 wins. The only one who defeated them was Blazing Academy. With a certain key person going easy on them, it wouldn't be easy for them to not lose. Shrek Academy, 26 matches, 24 wins. Blazing Academy, 26 matches, 23 wins. Skywater Academy, 26 matches, 23 wins. Weevil Academy, 26 matches, 21 wins. In the final round, among the top 5 teams, Thunder Academy, God Wind Academy, and Blazing Academy didn't face strong opponents. There was no need to doubt their victory. Shrek Academy had to compete with Skywater Academy for the final victory. Shrek Academy's team members were Evil-Eyed White Tiger Dai, Mubai Thousand Hands, Shura Tang, Sand Softbone Demon Rabbit, Xiao Wu Assault System, Soul Masters Tai Long, and Huang Yuan Spirit Eye Shura Tang Yu. Masked, Light Dragon King Wang Dong, masked. While Shrek Academy's team was thinking about how strong their future opponents would be, there was a group of young girls watching them from a place not far from them. Big sister, look. There are 2 people from Shrek Academy wearing masks. They're so mysterious. They must be their trump cards, right? There must be an extremely demonic face under those masks. Especially that person wearing a black windbreaker. He gives off an otherworldly feeling. I think he's called Tang Yu. The one who spoke was a girl with an oval face. Her name was Shui Yu. She looked to be in her early 20s, had a petite figure, and a head of short, dark green hair. She looked extremely spirited. Girl 7. When did you become a love-struck fool? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to him. However, he's extremely strong. He's known as the Spirit Eyes Shura, and together with the Thousand-Hand Shura, they're known as the 2 great Shura of Shrek. Previously, he'd been the one to win by insta-killing his opponents. I really don't know what his soul power rank is. Someone as strong as him might already have feelings for someone. A girl with an oval face and red hair said as she looked at Tang Yu. So what? I like him. Even if he doesn't like me, it's fine as long as I know that I like him. Furthermore, second sister, for what you said just now, you seem to be interested in Tang Yu too. Shui Yu looked at the red-haired girl and smiled. What? What nonsense are you spouting? Who? Who likes him? I hate mysterious men the most. The red-haired girl's face turned slightly red as she hurriedly explained. Is that so? I think someone used to say that they liked mysterious men the most. Shui Yu continued to tease. Did I? Who said that? The red-haired girl played dumb. Ha ha. All right, stop fooling around. The competition is about to start. How are you going to compete if you're like this? Everyone has been deceived by Shrek. Even if those 2 don't make a move, the others are still quite strong. Their goal is to make everyone focus on Tang Yu and Wang Dong, thus neglecting the strength of the others. The one who spoke was their captain, Shui Yu. She was Shui Yu's half-sister. As soon as she spoke, the other 6 shut their mouths. Their expressions were clearly much more restrained. They looked at her with some respect and listened seriously to her analysis. It had to be said that Shui Yu's guess was correct. Tang Yu and the others appeared again and again to attract attention and make everyone ignore the 7 monsters. When she stepped onto the central main stage and saw Shrek Academy's final lineup, she couldn't help but frown. She immediately felt a lot of pressure. They really did appear. The so-called they were Tang Yu and Wang Dong. But I won't admit defeat. Shui Yu thought to herself. This time, the person standing in front of Shrek was actually Tang Yu. Dai Mubai said that as long as Tang Yu appeared, he would temporarily be the captain. Shui Yu stretched out her right hand and said, Skywater Academy's captain, Shui Yu, rank 43 control-type soul master. Tang Yu was stunned. She wanted to shake hands? He wasn't the only one who was stunned. Even the members of both teams were stunned. During a fight, very few people would shake hands. This was because shaking hands before a fight was a sign of respect to the opponent. It could be said that Shrek had won so many matches, but no one had taken the initiative to shake hands with him. It seemed that he was respected by the opponent. Tang Yu thought to himself. He smiled and stretched out his right hand. When they shook hands, Shui Yu was stunned. It felt so soft. Was this really a man's hand? Furthermore, she suddenly felt cold all over. How? How could this be? Shrek Academy's captain, Tang Yu. Since the other party respected her, then she should respect him back. Tang Yu stretched out his left hand and took off his mysterious mask. Immediately, a beautiful and handsome face that made all men and women jealous appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, the entire arena fell silent. They were mesmerized and jealous at the same time. Even Shui Yu, and the others were stunned. They had never seen such a demonic face. Shrek's side was shocked. Tang Yu actually took off his mask? This is a sign of respect to the other party. After Wang Dong finished speaking, he took off his mask as well. Another extremely handsome face was revealed. F*CK. Another one came. The entire arena fell silent once more. He really does have a demonic face. Shui Yu suddenly said. Tang Yu only smiled and said, "Do you still want to compete?" "Yes, of course." When the match started, apart from Tang Yu and Wang Dong, both sides released their martial souls. However, what surprised Ai Mubai and Tang San was that the Skywater Academy's strength was stronger than they had expected. Because they were competing every day, they simply didn't have the time to observe their opponents. Moreover, the master deliberately didn't give them any information. Therefore, they only knew that the Skywater Academy was composed of female students and that their strength was of the water attribute. They didn't know anything else. At this moment, when both sides released their soul rings at the same time, the Skywater Academy's strength was immediately displayed. Other than the rank 43 Shui Yu, there were two other soul masters above rank 40. One of them was one of the three assault-type soul masters standing at the front, while the other was the black-haired girl standing at the back of their team. Although the colors of their soul rings were different, the 7 members of the Skywater Academy all had the same color. They were all aqua blue. Shui Yu's entire body was enveloped in a layer of hazy blue light. A dazzling blue light floated behind her back, causing even Tang San to be unable to see what her martial soul was. He could only feel that it was a very powerful aura. The 3 assault-type soul masters at the very front also had very strange martial souls. There were some fine scales on their bodies, but they weren't dragon scales. Instead, they looked more like fish scales. Of the 2 agility-type soul masters, Shui Yu's martial soul caused her skin to have a layer of bright enamel, while the other agility-type soul master's skin had turned completely blue. Tang San discovered that he actually didn't recognize these martial souls. Tang Yu looked at Shui Yu with a little surprise. Ice Phoenix? That's a rare martial soul. Both sides were shocked. She was actually an Ice Phoenix? Shrek's side was shocked. As for Shui Yu and the others, they were shocked. You actually recognized my martial soul. The other 6 were also shocked. Huh, seeing that you respect us, I'll use my martial soul in this battle. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Tang Yu, a rank 69 assault control type soul emperor. Tang Yu smiled slightly. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly turned from blue to a mesmerizing bluish gold color. A third eye appeared on his forehead. The third eye was also bluish gold, and 6 soul rings appeared around him. 3 purples and 3 blacks. Yes, 6 soul rings. Furthermore, it was a soul ring combination that surpassed the best. There were no white or yellow soul rings. The lowest was purple, and there were 3 black soul rings. Boom! Everyone was shocked. Tang Yu actually released his martial soul? But what exactly was his martial soul? It actually had a third eye, and he was actually a 6-ringed soul emperor. His soul rings were actually such an abnormal combination. He didn't seem to be 16 years old. A soul emperor who wasn't even 16 years old. How did he cultivate? And how did he withstand the backlash of his soul rings? Shui Yu and the others were also shocked. He was actually a 6-ringed soul emperor, and he actually had such a terrifying soul ring combination. He didn't seem to be 16 years old. He just said that he was an assault control type. Could it be he had twin martial souls? Furthermore, They suddenly felt a sense of helplessness when they saw his three mesmerizing bluish-gold eyes. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and they felt as if their soul power was flowing away. The big shots in the VIP stand wide in their eyes. This won't do. If this kid can't join the Martial Soul Palace, he must be eliminated. Twin martial souls, a 14-year-old soul emperor. Wait, his eyes, could it be? Sokka's was shocked, especially when he saw Tang Yu's eyes. His face was very gloomy. Huiyanjun was also shocked. He looked at his right hand that was still in pain. Ning Fengji and the others were also shocked. This was the first time they saw Tang Yu use his martial soul. They only knew that Tang Yu had a body soul before, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were naturally shocked. It seems that this kid is most likely from that power. He actually has twin martial souls. His position in that power might be very high. Ning Fengji's words were filled with fear. Gu Rong also had a trace of fear in her eyes. On the stage, Tang Yu's first soul ring lit up. Spiritual detection sharing. It enveloped the stage, and a colorful image with no blind spots appeared in the minds of the 6 people. They could even see each other's soul power clearly. Their soul power was actually slowly flowing away. No matter how many times I feel it, it's still so shocking. The 5 of them sighed, except for Wang Dong. Wang Dong roughly guessed that this was the second innate ability of Light Rain's Destiny Spirit Eyes when he saw their soul power flowing away. The Destiny Spirit Eyes had 3 innate abilities. Prophecy can predict the future and know what his opponent is going to do in the next second. Deprive can deprive the opponent of the power of destiny and pass the deprived power of destiny to others and cause the opponent's energy to slowly flow away. Tang Yu had never used the 3rd innate ability before. Even he didn't know what it was used for. At this moment, Tang Yu was using his 2nd innate ability. The soul power of the Heavenly Water Battle team members was slowly flowing away until their soul power was completely exhausted. "Let's go," Tang Yu said to the people behind him. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, the 5 of them all rushed out. Wang Dong stood beside Tang Yu. The battle had already gone on for a minute, and the Heavenly Water Battle team was completely suppressed. Their soul power was also flowing away, and their soul power was almost completely exhausted. "No!" Shui Wu, Shui Bing, shouted to a black-haired girl behind her. The black-haired girl started dancing on the spot. The 4 soul rings on her body shone alternately, and circles of blue light spread out along with her dance. As she danced, a dark cloud appeared right above the central main arena, completely enveloping the area of the arena. Following this, bean-sized raindrops started to fall from the sky. They turned into a large curtain of water that poured down. These raindrops didn't land on the girls from the Heavenly Water Academy. When they got close to their bodies, they would quietly slide down. However, for some reason, these raindrops couldn't get close to Shrek's team. When they were about to land on Shrek's team, the raindrops deviated from their trajectory and fell to the ground. Impossible! Shui Wu was shocked. She wasn't the only one. Everyone from the Heavenly Water Battle team was equally shocked. These raindrops seemed to be guided by someone and couldn't land on their bodies. The 7 of them subconsciously looked at the smiling Tang Yu behind them. Could it be him? No. If this continues, we will lose. Shui Wu, let's begin. Shui Bing looked at Shui Wu and said. The others surrounded the 2 of them. The 2 of them hugged each other, and their blue and black hair instantly merged into one, turning into a dazzling blue-white pillar of light that rushed into the dark clouds in the sky. Shui Bing, and Shui Wu's bodies disappeared at the same time. Oh, martial soul fusion technique. Tang Yu was slightly surprised. Of course, it was only a slight surprise. After that, there was no more after that. The rain in the sky changed. The icy rain turned into snowflakes that danced in the air. It was just that every snowflake was as sharp as a blade. As they spun, they turned into an ice and snow vortex that swept towards the Shrek Academy's team. This is our martial soul fusion technique, icy snow drift. Even a soul emperor would be injured if hit by it. You can also admit defeat. Shui Bing, Er's words came from afar. Ha! Sorry, I'm a person. I've never heard of the word admit defeat. Tang Yu laughed. At the same time, he shouted to the people in front of him, Everyone, back off! Everyone retreated, and Tang Yu stepped forward. When he brushed past Tang San said softly, Be gentle. Tang Yu nodded. Everyone left the stage, leaving only Tang Yu on the stage. A loud phoenix cry sounded from the blue pillar of light that soared into the sky. The snowflakes that were originally in the shape of a tornado flew high into the air. In the air, the snowflakes condensed and gradually took shape. A huge blue phoenix with a body length of 7 meters appeared out of thin air. This ice phoenix looked extremely clear, as if it was real. Its bright eyes and slender tail feathers looked so charming. The dazzling blue phoenix descended from the sky, without a trace of smoke or fire. It turned into an icy blue light and floated down, attacking Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked at the ice phoenix indifferently. Hey, are you courting death? The power of this martial soul fusion technique is enough to threaten you. Back off quickly. I can't control anymore. Shui Bing, Er's angry voice sounded, with some worry in her anger. Tang Yu smiled slightly and said, You're really a kind-hearted girl, but this ice that hasn't reached the ultimate level can't threaten me. I'm the ruler, used by me. After these words were spoken, the ice phoenix suddenly froze in the air as if it was frozen. At this moment, Tang Yu's eyes had changed. Her third eye was gone, and both her eyes had turned ice blue. Her pupils had become vertical slits, and ice blue dragon scales had appeared on her body. Her hands had turned into dragon claws, and there was a pair of ice blue dragon horns on her head. The wingspan was 6 meters. A terrifying dragon's aura appeared, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. It exceeded negative 150 degrees Celsius. 6 red soul rings appeared. What? Everyone was shocked. Twin martial souls? He actually has twin martial souls. And he actually has red soul rings. Those are the legendary 100,000-year soul rings. And there are 6 of them. 6 100,000-year soul rings. Since when did 100,000-year soul rings become so cheap? Dragon. Ice. Ice dragon. Ultimate. Ultimate ice. 6 100,000-year soul rings. Shui Bing trembled as she spat out these words. The 6 people were already stunned, and they were obviously frightened. The ice dragon could be said to be the earliest ice-type soul beast, and it could be said to be the ancestor of all ice-type soul beasts. Everyone from the Godwind and Thunder Academies were dumbfounded. How could the Shrek Academy have such a monster? How could they fight with them? On the VIP platform, the Snowy Night Emperor's body was trembling. He was both shocked and excited. I didn't expect to see a legendary 100,000-year soul ring in my lifetime. Furthermore, there are 6 of them at once. He sighed. How is this possible? Sokka's, Huyin Jun, and the other higher-ups opened their eyes wide. They looked at the bright red soul rings, and a trace of greed flashed in their eyes. If there were 100,000-year soul rings, there must be 100,000-year soul bones. Furthermore, there were 6 of them at once, which proved that he had 6 100,000-year soul bones. However, they immediately erased their greed. To be able to take out 100,000-year soul rings, there must be a huge force behind this child that wasn't weaker than the Martial Soul Palace. They couldn't afford to offend him. No, this is no longer something I can handle. I must report it. Sokka's thought to himself. Ning Fengji and the others were also stunned. It seems like our evaluation of him is a little too low. He might be the young master of that power, 6 100,000-year soul rings. I almost couldn't control myself. Ning Fengji sighed. Gu Rong also nodded and reconciled. On Shrek's side, damn, Teacher Light Rain, aren't you being too pretentious? Tai Long said, this must be fake. Have you forgotten about Teacher's simulation? Jing Ling sighed. Teacher simulation is too awesome, Dai Mubai praised. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Dong, on the other hand, kept looking at Sokka's. Is he going to report it? He thought to himself. On the stage, the Ice Phoenix suddenly turned around and attacked the Heavenly Water Team. We admit defeat, Shui Bing suddenly said. The Ice Phoenix suddenly exploded into tiny ice crystals that bloomed in the air. It was very beautiful. She knew the power of her martial soul fusion skill, so she didn't hesitate to admit defeat. Her face was full of bitterness. What a joke. She actually played with ice in front of Ultimate Ice. She was simply asking for it. It was like a beggar flaunting his wealth in front of a rich man. You let me win. You know your place. Tang Yu retracted his martial soul and smiled at them. Shui Bing looked at Tang Yu, and the 7 girls looked at Tang Yu. Their faces were slightly red. They knew that they didn't have any complaints about losing. Tang Yu's domineering look had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the 7 girls. Sure, Shrek wins. The referee finally recovered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire arena was in an uproar. They shouted, "Long live Shrek," and Tang Yu is the most handsome. After this battle, the name of Spirit Ice Shura spread across the entire continent. Chapter 21. Shrek vs. Martial Soul Palace's Golden Generation. Tang Yu and Wang Dong didn't fight. This time, it's the glory of the 7 monsters. It's not the glory of the ace. Tang Yu said. It had to be said that the Martial Soul Palace's Golden Generation was very strong. They were all 5-ringed Soul Kings. The battle was coming to an end. Tang Xin used his bat wing reincarnation to throw out his 8 spider spear fragments, which hit the 7 members of the Golden Generation. Although it only scratched a layer of skin, it was enough. The poison of the 8 spider spear spread below the stage. Very good. This way, the victory will be decided. Wang Dong shouted. Tang Yu frowned as he looked at the sky. This is weird. Why? Why do I feel like someone is staring at me? There's also a very fatal aura. Bibi Dong replaced them. The Martial Soul Palace team admits defeat. As soon as the Pope finished speaking, Ning Fengji stood up and raised his hand. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda appeared in front of him, glowing brightly. Ning Fengji shouted, "Go." The pagoda in his hand spun 3 times and floated out. The pagoda instantly enlarged in the air. Instantly, the entire Pope's palace shone brightly. Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed pagoda floated forward and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became a 10-meter-tall pagoda that floated in mid-air. A faint halo shot out from between Ning Fengji's eyebrows and entered the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. His body shone with the same light as the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. This was the true body of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. On the 6th level of the pagoda, a majestic halo surged out and shone directly on Tang San. Oscar and Xiao Wu, who were beside Tang San, were knocked to the side by this light. But in the process of falling back, a blooming flower quietly slipped from Xiao Wu's bosom. Xiao Wu's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly reached out to pick up the yearning, heartbroken grass, stuffing it back into her bosom. However, at that moment, 4 pairs of eyes fell on her at the same time. Surprised expressions appeared one after another. These 4 gazes came from Pope Bibi Dong, Kikuchi Doa Tsukuyami, Ghost Sister Delaw, and Sword Delaw Dustheart. All 4 of them had shocked expressions on their faces. At the same time, they were unable to suppress their emotions. Poison Delaw and Dugabo also had the same expression. The gazes of the 5 great experts all focused on Xiao Wu in an instant. Xiao Wu could clearly feel the pressure coming from their bodies. His face immediately turned pale. He lowered his head and tried his best not to let the resentment in his eyes show. Below the stage, "Oh no!" Tang Yu and Wang Dong simultaneously shouted. What's wrong?" Flanders and the others asked in confusion. "No, it's nothing." Tang Yu calmed down. Wang Dong said, "What should we do?" Yuhao, "It's fine. At worst, we'll just destroy the Martial Soul Palace." Tang Yu said telepathically. He looked at the sky again. What's going on? That fatal aura is getting closer. After the soul bones were distributed, the Pope didn't look at him. He said indifferently, since the rewards have been distributed, this competition is over. Elder Doa Tsukuyami and Elder Daisy Doa Tsukuyami, take that girl down. As he spoke, Bibi Dong raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Wu. All of a sudden, everyone was astonished. Tang Sen almost reflexively stepped in front of Xiao Wu, and the rest of Shrek's 7 monsters also stepped forward. Tang Yu and Wang Dong also quickly walked in front of Xiao Wu and blocked her behind them. At this moment, Tang Yu's appearance had changed. He had blood-red hair and a trench coat. He had blood-red eyes, 2 fangs, and a blood-red scythe in his right hand. He glared angrily at Bibi Dong and the others. Everyone was shocked when they saw Tang Yu's appearance. This was Light Rain's martial soul of annihilation. Why was this scene so similar to the dreams he had in the past? Do you want to fight? Tang Yu said coldly. How dare you? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the Pope? Chrysanthemum Doluo roared. Tang Yu laughed coldly and said, after holding back for so long, I can finally start killing. Then I don't need to pretend anymore. I'll kill anyone who dares to touch her. 8 blood-colored soul rings appeared. Boom! The terrifying powers of annihilation and eradication were released. Everyone was stunned. Tang Yu was actually an 8-ring Contra. Contra, an 8th ring fighter under the age of 15. 800,000 years soul rings. 8 red soul rings. Contra, who isn't even 15 years old. Kikuchi Doloa was shocked, and the pressure on him increased. What a big deal, and such a heaven-defying talent. Bibi Dong said in shock. She wasn't the only one who thought so. Everyone in the Martial Soul Palace thought so too. Tang Yu's first soul ring lit up, and he threw out his scythe. The scythe grew exponentially in the air, and only stopped when it was 10 meters tall. Wang Dong, protect third brother and the others. Retreat. Tang Yu looked at Wang Dong, Tang San, and the others and roared. Wang Dong immediately retreated 100 meters away with everyone. Tang Yu soared into the air and grabbed the scythe with both hands. The scythe had already become as thick as a thigh. He swung the scythe in the air towards Kikuchi Doloa. Oh no! Kikuchi Doloa felt the threat of death and hurriedly retreated. The scythe missed and smashed towards the ground. Boom! The ground trembled. A 100-meter-long ditch was left on the ground. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. TCH. I missed. Tang Yu curled his lips. Everyone in the Martial Soul Palace broke out in a cold sweat, especially Kikuchi Doloa. If such a powerful soul skill had hit him, he wouldn't have known how many 100 times he would have died. So strong. Bibi Dong had a serious expression on her face. She could feel that even she might not be able to defeat this child. 100 meters away, Xiao Wu, who was in Tang San's arms, had a look of self-blame on her face. It's my fault. It's all because of me that you guys were implicated. Tang San suddenly stopped her and said, you don't have to blame yourself. Actually, I already knew. You're not human. You're a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. Xiao Wu suddenly raised her head and looked at Tang San in shock. The others from Shrek also looked at Xiao Wu, with the exception of Wang Dong, in shock. Xiao Wu was actually a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. Tang San looked gently at Xiao Wu and said, do you still remember the piercing begonia that I ate back then? After eating it, my purple demon eyes mutated, and I gained the ability to see through all fog. It's also because of this that all illusory soul skills are useless against me. It was then that I realized that you weren't human. But so what? I don't care if you're a human or a soul beast. I only know that you're my sister. She's also my lover. When Tang San finished his sentence, Xiao Wu felt as if her mind had exploded, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. The 7 monsters are one. As the eldest brother, how can I just stand by and watch when my sister-in-law is in trouble? It doesn't matter if Xiao Wu is a soul beast or not. I only know that you're Shrek 7's 5th sister. That is enough. Dai Mubai suddenly said. The other four nodded in agreement. Then, the six of them looked at the people from the martial soul palace and shouted in unison. If you want to touch her, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. Their voices were so loud that they seemed to resound through the clouds. Asterisk, asterisk. Chrysanthemum Diloa and Ghost Diloa rushed toward Tang San at the same time, but Tang Yu didn't stop them. He didn't know why, but he was frowning and looking at the sky from time to time, as if he was worried about something. Kid, I'll kill you today. Bibi Dong floated into the air, and 9 soul rings appeared around his body. 2 were purple, 4 were black, and 1 was red. It was the best combination of soul rings, but it wasn't as scary as Tang Yu's. Nonsense. Tang Yu had 8 blood-colored soul rings. However, Tang Yu didn't pay attention to Bibi Dong's words. His eyes were fixed on the sky. They were getting closer and closer. Tang Yu's face was solemn. What made him feel like he was in mortal danger? Just as Chrysanthemum Diloa and Ghost Diloa were about to reach Tang San and the others, a deep voice rang out. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost. How dare you hurt my son? Get lost. A deep voice suddenly sounded, as if it had exploded in the air. The voice wasn't loud, but it contained a domineering aura that made everyone's body tremble uncontrollably. Tang Yu's expression eased a little. You're finally here, foster father. No, I should call you Hao Ian Doloa Tang Hao now. As soon as Tang Yu's words fell, everyone was incomparably shocked, especially Tang San. Dad? It's Dad. It's Dad's voice. Chrysanthemum Diloa and Ghost Diloa's ghostly body were bounced back like a cannonball. The two of them were shocked. This person's strength was at least rank 95. A black figure silently appeared in midair, side by side with Tang Yu. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. He was tall and burly, but his dressing was not complimentary. He wore a tattered robe that didn't even have any patches on it, revealing his bronzed skin. His facial features that could be considered regular were now covered with a layer of waxy yellow, and he looked sleepy. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and his face was covered with a beard that hadn't been groomed for a long time. He looked at Tang Yu and said, You already knew that I was here? Tang Yu smiled slightly and nodded. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yu with a complicated expression and said, Tang Yu interrupted Tang Hao's words. I am still Tang Yu, your adopted son. Tang Yu said calmly. Tang Hao did not say anything. He looked deeply at Tang Yu, then at Tang San behind him. When he saw this person, the usually strong Tang San seemed to have half a mental breakdown. The tears that he had held back when he decided to die together with Xiao Wu finally flowed out of his eyes. 2 words came out of his mouth with great difficulty. Dad! Dad! Tang Hao! Bibi Dong roared. He glared at Tang Hao in the air with hatred in his eyes. He was about to spit fire. Tang Yu ignored him. His body flashed, and he landed in front of the people from Shrek Academy. Tang Yu looked around again and said mockingly, Don't you think that the Martial Soul Palace is a desolate place with tens of thousands of people hiding? Come out and get some fresh air. Aren't you afraid of suffocating to death? Everyone was shocked. Tang Hao's expression also turned cold. Pope Bibi Dong waved his hand, and a sharp whistle came from his hand. Boom! Instantly, a dense crowd appeared. The place was instantly filled with 5 colors. Those were the colors of soul rings. They were all soul masters. The 9 old men in front of them were all 9-ring titled warriors. Doluo, the weakest in the army, was also a soul elder. The army surrounded Shrek's people tightly, as expected of the martial soul palace. How generous! Tang Hao said coldly. Tang Yu suddenly walked forward and stabbed his giant scythe into the ground, shielding everyone behind him. The 7 people were shocked. This scene, it's a scene that appeared in my dreams. Oscar suddenly exclaimed. The others looked at the scene in shock. That's right, everyone had dreamed of this scene before. Tang Yu smiled and said, I didn't expect it to really come true, but so what? At that moment, Tang Yu's body emitted a strong light, which turned into 6 figures. When the light spread out, everyone was shocked. The 6 people were all Tang Yu. The only difference was that their hair, eyes, and clothes were of different colors. Tang Yu, who stood at the front, had a head of light blue hair and a black windbreaker. There was a third eye in the center of his brows, and his pupils were mesmerizing blue and gold. He was the Spirit Eyes Tang Yu. He was also the original body. The first person on his left had icy blue hair, jade green vertical pupils, and an icy blue windbreaker. There were icy blue dragon horns on his head, icy blue dragon scales on his body, icy blue dragon wings on his back, and a jade green scorpion tail. He was the Ice Jade Dragon Scorpion Tang Yu. It was a clone. On his left was a person with lifeless gray hair, lifeless gray eyes, and a gray robe. His entire body was filled with the aura of death. In his right hand was a gray fireball. He was the Necromancer Tang Yu. It was a clone. On his left was a person with rainbow-colored hair, a white windbreaker, purplish-red vertical pupils, a pair of gold and silver dragon horns on his head, and a pair of rainbow-colored dragon scales on his body. There was also a pair of rainbow-colored dragon wings on his back that had yet to spread out. He was the fake Dragon God Tang Yu. On the right of the original Tang Yu, there was a person with blood-red hair, a blood-red windbreaker, blood-red vertical pupils, fangs on both sides of his mouth, and a devilish smile. He was holding a blood-red giant scythe in his right hand. He was the Death and in Tang Yu. The last person had a head of black golden hair. His left, I was a golden clock, and his right, I was a white vortex that rotated clockwise. He was wearing a black golden windbreaker and had the aura of a king. However, everyone felt that he was a little like a queen, a person with the potential to be a trap. He was the Time Tang Yu. He was the first to speak. Don't think that I'm a girl just because I have the aura of a queen. I'm a real man. His voice was very pleasant, just like a young girl's voice. Come on, look at you. Who would think that you're a man? You're a trap. A coquettish voice was heard. It was the bloody Tang Yu. F*CK. UF** King Sissy. Say that again if you dare. The Time Tang Yu immediately said angrily. He pointed his right hand at the bloody Tang Yu and scolded. You? Who the F***CK are you calling a sissy? The bloody Tang Yu frowned. Yo, you're angry now? Whoever speaks coquettishly is a sissy. The Time Tang Yu said disdainfully. You're F** King looking for a beating. The bloody Tang Yu was furious. He swung his giant scythe and was about to slash at him. All right, if you want to vent, there are 70,000 people here. The original Tang Yu said. The bloody Tang Yu paused. He looked at the 70,000 soldiers around him and smiled strangely. He looked at the Time Tang Yu and said, let's have a competition. How about it? Let's see who can kill more people. As soon as the bloody Tang Yu finished speaking, he swung his giant scythe and rushed toward the 70,000 soldiers. Crack! Blood splattered everywhere. In just a few seconds, the bloody Tang Yu had already killed almost 100 people. Moreover, they were all one-hit kills. Hey, you cheater! How dare you attack first? The Time Tang Yu shouted. His left eye suddenly lit up. Thousands of people couldn't move. Group time freeze. This was his ultimate move. Those who were chosen would be frozen for a minute. His right eye also lit up. Crack! Thousands of people disappeared just like that. There were no screams. This was spatial compression. It would compress any creature in the selected space to the extreme, until they disappeared. Crack, crack, crack. Thousands of people were frozen. Domain, realm of eternal ice. The icy Tang Yu made his move. Pa! He snapped his fingers with his left hand and spat out a word from his mouth. Explode. Boom! The thousands of people who were frozen exploded at the same time. The sharp icicles produced by the explosion pierced hundreds of soul masters to death. Boom! A gold and silver energy wave swept across the area. Upon closer inspection, this gold and silver light beam actually came from the fake Dragon God Tang Yu's mouth. The Dragon God's energy wave. 20,000 soul masters disappeared just like that. Woo-woo. Thousands of giant, white skeletal hands suddenly drilled out from the ground. They were 10 meters long and began to hammer the people around them. 10,000 soul masters were hammered to death. The pitch-black chains picked up the dead soul masters and disappeared. Life and death. This is an unbreakable situation. The undead Tang Yu said indifferently. Break, break, break. Explosions sounded one after another. Many people were lying on the ground without heads. There were at least 10,000 of them. Their heads seemed to have been crushed by something. The original Tang Yu had already made his move. Ultra Spirit Shock. 40,000 dead. BB Dong sucked in a breath of cold air. Too terrifying. Who exactly is he? Everyone was shocked. With just 6 people, he slaughtered tens of thousands of soul masters from the martial soul palace. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Light Rain, so strong. These aren't they his martial soul? Wang Dong suddenly said. He was also shocked that Tang Yu had so many martial souls. What? Light Rain, he has 6 martial souls. Shrek and everyone else were shocked. 6 martial souls. In the history of the Dolua continent, this had never happened before. Furthermore, Tang Yu could actually split his martial soul to fight alone. This had never happened before. Retreat. BB Dong hurriedly ordered. 40,000 soldiers had already died. The martial soul palace couldn't afford to lose them. The remaining 30,000 soldiers were like mice that had seen a cat. They disappeared with a whoosh. Obviously, they were scared by Tang Yu. The 6 Tang Yu floated in the air and looked down coldly at the people from the martial soul palace. However, at this moment, the original Tang Yu suddenly raised his head and widened his eyes as if he had seen something very scary. Everyone subconsciously looked up. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. A giant black hole with a diameter of a few thousand meters suddenly appeared in the sky. It was pitch black and gave people a feeling of an endless abyss. There was also a sudden feeling of oppression and fear. It also gave people a terrifying and deadly aura that made them feel extremely uncomfortable and scared. What? What is that? This feeling is so scary and unbearable. Everyone had the same thought. Is this it? The original Tang Yu trembled slightly. The other 5 Tang Yu were also trembling. I'm actually scared. The 6 of them felt that it was inconceivable. I'm actually scared. How long has it been since I was scared? There's something in this black hole. What the hell is it? The original Tang Yu used his purple demon eyes and spiritual detection to look. Suddenly, the Tang Yu suffered a backlash. However, he saw it. That was a 20-meter long, pitch-black arrow. That deadly aura was emitted by it. The Tang Yu was sure that even a godly king would die if he was hit by this arrow. It was definitely a weapon that surpassed the godly king rank. No, this thing is very dangerous. We can't let it hurt them. The original Tang Yu turned around and looked at Shrek and the others. The original Tang Yu landed on the ground, and the other 5 Tang Yu landed on Shrek's side. The arrow wasn't moving now. They had to let Wang Dong and the 3rd brother leave this place. What is that? Wang Dong's voice trembled. It was obvious that he was scared. However, before he could react, the blood-red Tang Yu suddenly appeared behind him and knocked him unconscious. The original Tang Yu took out a piece of yellow paper and stuck it on Wang Dong's back. Then, he pointed his right hand and said, "Teleport." Tang Yu said softly. Whoosh! In an instant, Wang Dong disappeared from everyone's sight. Light Rain. Everyone was shocked. The original Tang Yu shook his head and looked at the black hole again. There was a deep fear in his eyes. Everyone, leave this place quickly. That thing is very dangerous. Everyone was shocked. Light Rain was actually scared. They had never seen Light Rain so scared of something. Light Rain, don't tell me. You want us to leave because you know how scary that thing is so that you can face it alone? Tang Sin looked at Tang Yu. The original Tang Yu was slightly stunned. Everyone looked at him. That's why you teleported Wang Dong away. Because as long as he's here, he definitely won't let you do something like that. Tang Sin continued. Why didn't you escape? Everyone asked in unison. Tang Yu was silent for a while. That thing seems to be targeting me. I can't drag you guys into this. There was a moment of silence, light rain. Tang San suddenly said. Tang Yu just looked at him. Are you confident that you can come back alive? He looked at Tang Yu seriously. Everyone looked at Tang Yu. Tang San, please don't ask anymore. Hurry up and leave. Tang Yu suddenly lowered his head and roared. His bangs covered his eyes, and everyone was stunned. Even Tang San was stunned. In all these years, Tang Yu had never spoken to him in such a manner before. From Tang Yu's words, he could tell that Tang Yu wasn't confident that he could come back alive. Tang Yu took out some teleportation talismans and gave them to Tang San and the others. These can be used to contact each other in the future. Now, I beg you, don't ask anymore. Hurry up and leave. Tang Yu's head was still lowered. His bangs covered his face, and no one could see his expression. Everyone just looked at Tang Yu with tears in their eyes. However, they tried their best to hold back their tears. They knew that Tang Yu's trip this time was very likely to die. However, they believed in him. He couldn't die. He was the creator of miracles. Tang San looked at the original Tang Yu with mixed feelings. Light rain. Tang San said softly. Before Tang Yu could answer, he was hugged by Tang San. Tang San hugged Tang Yu very tightly. However, he didn't feel any pain. He just stood there in a daze. Tang San put his mouth close to Tang Yu's ear and said softly, You must come back alive. Big brother, I won't let you die. Tang Yu's body trembled uncontrollably as if she had been electrocuted. In the end, the tears that she had been holding back flowed out. The other 7 freaks also came over and hugged him. They all said, You must come back alive. He wiped his tears and nodded vigorously. He turned around and looked at the 5 clones of Tang Yu. Let's go. The original Tang Yu instantly rose into the air. The other 5 followed suit. Tang San and the others looked at Tang Yu in the air. It's all because we're not strong enough. Otherwise, we would have shared some of your burden. The 7 of them mumbled. Tang Hao looked at Tang San, then looked at Tang Yu in the air. He sighed softly. Let's go. Tang Hao left with Tang San and Xiao Wu. The remaining people were taken away by Dugu Boning and Feng. Your Majesty, Chrysanthemum Doloa said to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong did not say anything. He looked at the huge black hole and Tang Yu in the air. We should leave too. That kind of power is not something that humans can resist. In the end, he also left with the people of the Martial Soul Palace. Only Tang Yu and his 5 clones were left in the air. Are you afraid? The original Tang Yu suddenly asked. Afraid? I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm just afraid that you won't give me your blood. Bloody Tang Yu said nonchalantly, although his voice was a little coquettish. Sissy, although I hate you very much, this time, you are manly enough. Spacetime Tang Yu said with a smile. Bloody Tang Yu was about to turn hostile when he heard his first sentence, but his anger instantly dissipated when he heard his next sentence. Trap, you can be quite manly sometimes. Bloody Tang Yu looked at Spacetime Tang Yu and said. Spacetime Tang Yu was about to curse when he heard his first sentence, but his anger instantly dissipated when he heard the next sentence. The atmosphere of life and death instantly disappeared. The original Tang Yu smiled slightly. Thank you for being willing to accompany me. Hey, you're our original body. No matter what, we'll always be with you. Bloody Tang Yu said. A few of them laughed. While they were talking, a huge black arrow drilled out from the black hole. It was 20 meters long, and the arrowhead was unusually sharp. It had a fatal aura, as if it could pierce through the soul. It's coming, Bloody Tang Yu said coldly. The 5 Tang Yus all became serious for a second. The arrowhead was directly aimed at the original Tang Yu. It's really coming for me. Spacetime Tang Yu said coldly. Why didn't Skydream and Eldery come? Little Z will explain now. Ever since the black hole appeared, Bloody Tang Yu couldn't connect to the spiritual world. It was as if someone had isolated him. Swoosh. The black arrow moved. It broke through the air. The black hole disappeared when the black arrow came out. The black arrow attacked the original Tang Yu, and it was aimed at his glabella. It actually wants to attack my soul directly. Bloody Tang Yu was shocked. The dragon god, Tang Yu, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was the dragon god's true body. He instantly transformed into a huge dragon that was thousands of meters long. The dragon's scales were rainbow-colored with gold and silver intertwining. There was also a pair of rainbow-colored wings that protected the 5 people behind him. However, the black arrow pierced through the huge dragon at an unusually fast speed. A huge hole was left in the huge dragon's chest. Roar, roar, roar. The huge dragon roared towards the sky, as if it was in pain. In less than 3 breaths, the huge dragon turned into gold and silver light and flowed into Bloody Tangyu's body. Bloody Tangyu grabbed his chest and screamed in pain. If one looked carefully, there were actually traces of blood on his chest. As long as the martial soul doppelganger died, it would return to the original body. After that, the original body would have to bear most of the damage. Damn it! The Ice Jade Dragon Scorpion Tang Yu was furious. He also transformed into a huge dragon that was thousands of meters long. However, this huge dragon's tail was a scorpion's tail. The sky was frozen, but it couldn't stop the black arrow at all. It was heading straight for Bloody Tangyu. Not good. Protect the main body. Bloody Tangyu shouted. The space-time Tangyu's left eye instantly lit up. However, the black arrow only stopped for half a breath before it suddenly accelerated and directly destroyed the space-time Tangyu in front of it. The space-time Tangyu turned into a black light and flowed into Tangyu's body. Tangyu spat out another mouthful of blood. He was very weak. Bloody Tangyu supported the weak Tangyu and stared at the black arrow solemnly. This black arrow seemed to have a mind of its own. It wouldn't stop until it pierced Bloody Tangyu. Whoosh! 8 black chains suddenly appeared in all directions. The chains had thorns and directly locked onto the black arrow. The undead Tangyu had made his move. The black arrow twisted left and right as if it was struggling. However, would Icy Tangyu give it a chance? 10,000 miles ice seal. In an instant, 10,000 miles of the sky was instantly frozen. Even the black arrow was frozen into an ice cube. Phew, I've finally taken care of this stupid thing. Bloody Tangyu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He realized that his back was already soaked. However, in less than 5 breaths of time, the black arrow broke through the ice. With extreme speed, it pierced through the huge Ice Jade Empress Dragon Scorpion and the undead Tangyu. Swoosh! The two turned into rays of light and flowed into Tangyu's body. Tangyu spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. In less than 10 breaths of time, only the 2 of them were left. Hey, main body, wake up. You can't sleep. If I sleep with you, I'll fart. If you fart, I'll fart too. Wake up now. Wake up. Bloody Tangyu shouted. In the end, it even bit his neck. Tangyu instantly woke up. Haha, this is still the most effective move. Bloody Tangyu laughed. Are you stupid? The place you bit is the same place you bit last time. Can't you bite somewhere else? Ugh. No, wait, can you not bite me? It hurts. Tangyu pointed at Bloody Tangyu and scolded. Tangyu touched the 2 fong marks on his neck again. Bloody Tangyu wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth and said, Is it as painful as the injuries you're suffering now? Tangyu didn't say anything. He was very weak now and could faint again at any time. Bloody Tangyu blocked in front of him. The scythe in its hand instantly lengthened until it was 100 meters away. Stupid thing. If you want to kill the person behind this, you'll have to go through me first. If you can't, I'll find your master and beat him up until you can't even recognize him. Bloody Tangyu pointed its scythe at the black arrow and scolded. Swoosh! In that instant, Sanguine Tangyu was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the bloody hole in his chest. He then raised his head to look at the black arrow that had appeared in an instant. The black arrow was emitting a black light, as though it was mocking him. Piercing through you is easy. You can't even defeat me, and you want to beat up my master? You can't do this. Bloody Tangyu roared towards the sky. Then he stared at the black arrow and said, You win. Next time, let's see how I'll break your stupid thing. The black arrow flashed as if it was saying, Will there be a next time? Oomph. There will definitely be a next time. Just you wait. Bloody Tang Yu then turned into a bloody light and merged into Tang Yu's body. Puffed. Tang Yu vomited blood again. How unlucky. You didn't make a move because you helped the other 5 take the damage. Don't worry, you'll be free soon. Puffed. He wobbled in the air and couldn't stand still. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He seemed to have remembered the origin of the arrow. Tang Yu weakly spat out a sentence. Soul-devouring arrow? The first arrow of Catastrophe's 9 catastrophe arrows. That crazy woman. The black arrow suddenly trembled as if it was surprised. However, it didn't stay idle. It once again shot towards Tang Yu's forehead at an extremely fast speed. Tang Yu closed his eyes and smiled. Am I going to die? Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air. It resounded through the sky. The black arrow had pierced through Tang Yu's forehead. The bloody hole between her eyebrows was bleeding profusely. Tang Yu was sent flying in a straight line in a certain direction and disappeared into the sky. The black arrow seemed to have completed its mission. It turned into a black light and disappeared into the horizon. In a certain universe. Swoosh! A long black arrow appeared. This arrow was only 60 centimeters long. There was a little blood on the tip of the arrow. If Tang Yu was here, he would definitely recognize this arrow, because it was exactly the same as the arrow that attacked him. A young woman suddenly appeared. She was extremely beautiful, and her aura was noble and elegant. She was the type of person who could not help but want to have sex with her the moment they saw her. However, no one would have such greedy thoughts because there was a terrifying and fatal aura on her body, which seemed to be warning the people around her that this was a rose with thorns. She was probably not even 18 years old. She had long black hair, long eyelashes, black eyes, and a black armor that exposed her body. She caressed the long arrow. What a good baby. You really did it. She slowly stretched out her red tongue and licked the blood off the arrowhead clean. The long arrow emitted a black light. It seemed to be very happy. The woman seemed to be quite intoxicated by the taste of the blood. Her face was even flushed. After licking, the black-haired woman reluctantly put the long arrow back into the quiver on her back. However, the strange thing was that when she put it back into the quiver, the long arrow strangely disappeared. She licked her lips. It's delicious, but her face suddenly became full of desire. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's still not enough. I want you. I want you. I want everything of you. You can only belong to me. You're mine. You can only belong to me. No matter what happens to you now, no matter where you are, I will definitely catch you and treat you well. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space trembled. The black-haired woman was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Crack! A very large crack appeared in the space where the black-haired woman was standing just now. A 16-year-old girl walked out from it. Her snow-white skin was very delicate, and she was very cute and charming. She was not inferior to the black-haired woman at all. She had snow-white hair and was wearing a white breastplate, white shoulder pads, white wrist guards, and a white battle skirt. However, at this time, she had an angry expression. As soon as she appeared, an invisible aura suddenly spread out from her body. This part of the universe was actually trembling. What do you mean by this? Catastrophe. The girl's scarlet eyes stared at the black-haired woman fiercely. Hola, you actually found this place. But it's too late. What else can I do? Of course, I will cripple him and keep him by my side forever. This way, I will be able to live happily with him. As for you, you can only watch as your brother becomes my husband. How about it? Envious? Jealous? Sure you on. The black-haired woman called Catastrophe said with a smile. Bitch, you dare to hurt my big brother. I'm not done with you. I won't let you catch my big brother. My big brother can only be mine. The white-haired girl called Sure You On was angry. 2 huge double-sided battle axes appeared in her hands. Then, she put the 2 handles and the ends together, forming a 3-meter-long battle axe with blades on both ends. Huh, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Catastrophe took out a pitch-black battle bow and took out 9 arrows of different colors from the quiver on her back. Black, white, red, blue, yellow, green, purple, gold, and silver arrows. Huh. Let's see if your sure Yuan axe is stronger or my 9 calamity arrows is faster. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, let's hurt each other. Rumble. A war that could destroy a universe broke out in a universe. No one knew who won and who lost. And the fuse that started this war was actually a man. Somewhere. Hey. No way. They're fighting. Fate, you have to control them. How can we control them? They only listen to Big Brother. What can we do? Oh no. Huh? Their auras disappeared? They died together. What? Chapter 22. The continent of Doloa, 3 months. It had been 3 months since that earth-shattering battle. No one knew where Black Arrow came from, or if the person who fought with Black Arrow, who made the martial soul palace tremble in fear, was still alive. Shrek sighed. I wonder, how is Light Rain? Ma Hongjun said as he looked at the sky. Don't worry, that kid is someone who can create miracles. He definitely won't die. You, hurry up and cultivate. If they surpass you in 5 years, do you still deserve to be called Shrek 7? Flanders suddenly stood up and criticized. Yes. I'll go cultivate now. Ma Hongjun took out the yellow talisman that Tanya gave him, looked at it, and put it back into the starlight sapphire ring that Tanya made for them. Then he left. His direction was the Great Soul Arena, Sionra Empire. So annoying. I've finally finished reviewing 1,000 manuscripts. Damn it, if I knew it was so hard, I wouldn't have inherited this stupid throne. I'd rather live like Shrek. Dai Mubai was lying on the bed, and Zhu Zhuqing was lying next to him. Both of them had the same feeling. Both of them took out a yellow talisman from their starlight sapphire rings and stared at it. It's been 3 months. I wonder, how is little you? 7 treasures glazed sect. Sigh. Lil Ao. Ning Rong looked into the distance and took out a yellow talisman from the starlight sapphire ring. I wonder, how is Light Rain? I still owe him 50,000 gold soul coins. Outside the Great Star Doe Forest. Phew. Level 44. If I work harder, I'll reach level 50. Oscar got up from the ground and looked in the direction of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Wait for me to come back. At the same time, he took out a yellow talisman from the starlight sapphire ring. I wonder, how is Light Rain deep within the core of the Star Doe Forest? Sister Xiaowu, a 15-meter-tall gorilla and a rather long cyan python, looked at the beautiful girl sitting by the lake. She was Xiaowu. Third brother, Light Rain. I miss all of you, she muttered as she looked at the yellow talisman in her hand. At the bottom of the lake, it was pitch black. A deep voice sounded, Idiot. Are you really dead? It was a young girl's voice, and there was a hint of worry and anxiety in it. You better not die. Isn't this our agreement? At the bottom of a waterfall, a man was waving 2 huge wooden hammers in his hands. He was none other than Tang San. Whoosh! Tang San came ashore and lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Xiaowu, Light Rain, I'm working hard. He took out a yellow talisman from his starlight sapphire ring and muttered to the sky. Don't be lazy. Continue. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded. Tang San hurriedly took back the yellow talisman and said, Yes. Go now, Daddy. He picked up the 2 wooden hammers and continued to wave them under the waterfall, somewhere in the sea, on a huge island that was emitting dense light elements. This was the land of dawn. Boom! An earth-shattering sound sounded. Swoosh! A light figure soared into the sky. It was a white dragon with a faint golden color on its scales. Then, it turned into an incomparably beautiful girl. She had beautiful blue and white eyes, blue and white long hair, and wore a blue and white battle dress. There was a pair of huge platinum dragon wings on her back, and 9 soul rings were floating around her body. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked because her soul rings were too frightening. Red, gold. Bad Yuhao. Stinky Yuhao. You actually abandoned me. I know. You did this because you were worried that I would stop you. But didn't you think that I would accompany you to face that thing? Idiot, idiot, idiot. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes as she kept scolding. She was Wang Dong. He had actually turned back into she. Furthermore, she was many times more beautiful than before. He's still alive. A gentle female voice sounded. After Wang Dong heard it, she was instantly delighted. Really? He's really not dead? Senior God of Dawn. Yes. I've never seen anyone who can kill him. The only person who can kill him is himself. The female voice seemed to be very respectful. Wang Dong didn't pay attention to what she'd said and asked happily, Senior, when can I go and find him? 4 years later, you have to completely inherit my legacy. Then you can go and see him. 4 years? I understand. I will work hard. Huh. At the core of the extreme north, an extremely devilish-looking youth was lying in the snow. His body was covered in ice and snow, and there were large patches of blood all over his body. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. The blood had already coagulated, and he looked extremely miserable. At this moment, 10 figures emerged from his body and looked at him anxiously. The person lying on the ground was Tang Yu. He had been lying here for 3 months. The strange thing was that no soul beast had approached this place. Those 10 people were Wang Xiao, Sky Dream, Alice, and Dai Freya. Yuhao, don't die. Wang Xiao was the first to kneel down and help him up. Don't move. He's very weak now. If you're not careful, you can die. Dai Freya hurriedly stopped her. Then what should we do now? Tell us. Wang Xiao looked at Dai Freya with pleading eyes. Dai Freya helplessly closed her eyes and shook her head. Wang Xiao widened her eyes. She was usually strong, but now she was as weak as a vase that could be broken with a single hit. Sky Dream and the others clenched their fists, hating themselves for being useless. Alice also stood there in a daze. She looked at Tang Yu, who was lying on the ground in pain, and tears had already flowed out. You must have a way, right? First talent. Elder E. Elise suddenly shouted. The other 9 people were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were filled with joy. That's right. There was still Electrolux. There was still that mysterious first talent. How could they be so stupid? Alice, I didn't expect that at such a crucial moment, you, with your 0 IQ, would be the smartest. Dai Freya hugged her tightly and said joyfully, Am I very stupid? Alice scratched her head and said in a daze. 2 rays of light suddenly shot out from Tang Yu's body, turning into 2 people. One had long gray hair and eyes and was wearing a gray robe. He was an extremely handsome man in his 20s, and the other was a cute boy who was around 12 years old. He had pure white hair and eyes that were as deep as the universe. Both of their expressions were slightly serious. First generation. Elder E. The 10 people shouted happily. Yes, the 2 of them were Electrolux and the first talent, the god of emotions. First talent. Elder E. Please save Yuhao. Wang Xiao seemed to be grasping at straws. That crazy woman. She's so King ruthless. She didn't hesitate to use her origin weapon. The first talent's face was filled with anger. There's nothing we can do. Who asked her to fall in love with you? Electrolux said calmly. Huh? She fell in love with me? She King wanted to kill me. That's called love? She wanted to possess me to the point where she dared to destroy universe. That's called love? The first talent said angrily. That's a deep love. She's degenerated into a lunatic. Electrolux still said calmly. Lunatic? She's a lunatic. I really don't know which mental hospital she came from. The first talent was indignant. Sigh. All right, stop complaining. Doesn't your sister often fight with her? Electrolux said. Fight? I know that crazy woman's strength. It's impossible for Xiao Yuan to beat her up. At most, it'll be a draw. The first talent said. Forget it. Let's think about how to save the second. The first talent looked at Tang Yu, who was in pain. His face was filled with tears. After being shot by the soul-devouring arrow, the soul will slowly dissipate. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul is extremely condensed, he would have died long ago. The first talent said gravely, Is there no way? The 10 people instantly became anxious. It's not that there's no way. We just have to find a soul that's 100% compatible with his soul and fuse with it. That way, we can save him. However, if we do that, it's very likely that we'll become a weirdo with 2 souls. As long as we can save him, I'm willing to sacrifice anything. Wang Xiu said firmly. No, your soul won't do. Your soul is only 100% compatible with him, the first talent said seriously. Then what should we do? Everyone's faces were filled with anxiety. Sigh, my soul can do it. The first talent sighed. Everyone stopped talking. They all looked at the first talent in shock. The first talent looked at Tang Yu. I'm the first talent god of emotions, and he's my reincarnation. Therefore, the compatibility between my soul and his soul is perfect. And now, I'm just a remnant soul. Sooner or later, I'll have to fuse with him. Originally, I wanted to wait for a specific time to fuse with him, but now, at most, I'll just fuse with him now. As soon as he said that, the 8 people's faces changed, except for Alice, Difrera, and Electrolux. No, can. At this moment, a weak voice was heard. 12 pairs of eyes stared at Tang Yu on the ground at the same time, because the voice came from Tang Yu. Yuhao, the 10 people said happily. Yuhao woke up. Even Electrolux and the first talent god of emotions were shocked. They knew how terrifying the soul-devouring arrow was. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to wake up after being shot. However, he actually woke up. The first talent stared at Tang Yu in disbelief. Tang Yu forced himself to sit up with one hand on the ground and said weakly, I forbid you to fuse with me. Are you crazy? If this goes on, you'll really die. What are you thinking? The first talent's emotions were fluctuating. As the first talent god of emotions, you can't even control your own emotions. Tang Yu mocked. What time is it now? You're still laughing. The first talent really wanted to beat him up. You can't fuse with me. You are already family to me. I will never use my family's soul to save myself. Tang Yu said very calmly. However, this sentence made the first talent god of emotions tremble. His voice trembled a little as he said, Idiot. They called you an idiot, but they really underestimated you. You're an idiot who's even more idiotic than an idiot. Is your life more important or other people's lives more important? If you die, I'll disappear like smoke. The 2 of us won't be able to be resurrected. We can only be reincarnated after billions of years. In my eyes, the lives of my family are more important than my own life. Isn't it just death? You don't have to say it, right? After billions of years, will I still be able to be resurrected? Billions of years, only I can afford to wait. Tang Yu smiled brightly at the end of his sentence. The first talent looked at him blankly. Humans are really strange creatures. Whatever. The first talent stomped his feet and turned his head away. Everyone stopped talking. They knew that they couldn't persuade Yuhao anymore. Tang Yu lay down again. Sometimes I feel quite tired. Now it's time for me to rest. I really can rest well. Tang Yu closed his eyes and smiled as if he was ready to welcome death. No, don't. Yuhao. Wang Xiu, who couldn't hold it in anymore. She hugged him and cried. The 7 spirit souls and Iris Empress finally shed tears as well. At this moment, a young man's cold voice sounded. You can't die. Everyone was shocked when they heard this voice. There was someone else around? Alux looked towards the depths of the extreme north and was slightly shocked. You're about to reach the level of Dominator? Alux was slightly shocked. You're about to reach the level of Dominator? This person, no, this dragon. What a terrifying talent. The first talent was also shocked. Why is it him? Everyone looked towards the depths. They could vaguely see a huge figure. It was huge, at least 50,000 feet tall. They couldn't even see the top of it. They could only see 2 stars glowing with blue light. Everyone looked carefully. It seemed to be standing on 2 legs. It had a thick and long blue tail and blue dragon scales. When it stood up, its height reached the clouds, and the 2 stars that were emitting blue light were actually its eyes. So big. Sky Dream and the others were stunned. They had never seen such a huge soul beast before. They all saw it clearly. This was a very huge ice blue dragon. No, impossible. It's you. Diphria's shocked voice rang out. She was furious and was about to rush out when Iris hurriedly held her back. Don't go. Do you want to kill him? Can you do it? Even if Raging Flame and we joined forces, we still lost. Do you think you can beat him now? Let me go. Let me go. If it wasn't for this traitor, we wouldn't have lost the Dragon God War. To think that we, the 8 great Dragon Kings, once loved him so much, but he actually betrayed our Dragon Clan. He's with the people of the Divine Realm. Diphria's bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this time, someone pulled her back. Let go. Diphria turned around and was about to curse when she froze. It was Tangyu. He actually forced himself to stand up. It's all in the past. He knows he was wrong. Why can't you forgive him? Although I don't know what happened, I think he's probably the only male Dragon King among the 9 great Dragon Kings. Tangyu looked at the tall figure in the depths. Diphria was silent. She looked at Tangyu and then at the huge figure. She took a deep breath. Forget it. For your sake, I won't make things difficult for him. After all, I can't make things difficult for him now. Also, she looked at Alice, who was still hugging her tightly. When are you going to let go? I'm sorry. AI Lace released her hand and looked at the huge figure with a complicated expression. Among the 9 dragons, you're still the wisest. White Dragon King. Although your intelligence is... Iris's face suddenly turned. What do you mean? I dare you to say that again. Frost Dragon King. She wanted to rush out as well, but Tangyu stopped her. However, the 8 spirit souls were shocked when they heard the name Frost Dragon King. The giant figure was the legendary Frost Dragon King. Other than the first Electrolux and Tangyu, the cold voice said, I don't regret what I did during the Dragon God War. I only did it to protect my lover. Excuses, Diphria shouted. The cold voice was not angry at all. If you think it's an excuse, then so be it. It did not explain at all. Even if I had to do it again, I would still do it. Although she's no longer in the Divine Realm, I believe that she's still alive, somewhere in the universe. The cold voice became gentler. All right, you said that Yuhao can't die. Do you have a way? Iris immediately caught the main point. Everyone looked at the huge figure. Then, the huge figure slowly shrank until it turned into a human. In a flash, it appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked, including Iris, Diphria, Electrolux, the first god of emotions, and Tangyu. Iris and Diphria had never seen him in his human form. He would always turn into a blue figure, so even the 9 great Dragon Kings and the Dragon God had never seen him in his true form. But now everyone saw it. It was not because he was handsome, but because he looked very similar to Tangyu. No, they were exactly the same. He had icy blue long hair and eyes, and wore an icy blue outfit. The only difference was that he had facial paralysis, and he always had an expressionless face. Tangyu's eyes widened. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would have thought that he was looking at a mirror. Are you surprised? They just look a little alike. The Frost Dragon King said calmly. A little alike? You F***king, tell me. Is Yuhao your child with her? Tell me, why does he look exactly the same as you? Diphria grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him back and forth. The Frost Dragon King pushed her away and said calmly, No, it's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that they look exactly the same. He then looked at Tangyu. I have a way to save him. Bring him and follow me. After that, he walked towards the far north. Everyone supported the weak Tangyu and followed him. They did not know why, but they did not feel cold at all. They did not even feel hot, let alone cold. It felt like there was no temperature here. I have isolated the temperature of the place where we are. This place has no temperature. The Frost Dragon King said calmly. You? Just how strong are you? Both Iris and Diphria were shocked. The former dragon god. I can kill him with one slap. After a moment of silence, he said calmly. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath. Kill the former dragon god with one slap? After all, the dragon god had once been a powerful existence who hadn't been at a disadvantage even when fighting against the 5 supreme gods of the god realm. It was said that the former dragon god was not at his peak. If he was at his peak, even 10 or 20 enforcers would not be able to defeat him. Now, the Frost Dragon King was saying that he could kill the former dragon god with one slap? He's right. With his current strength, he can indeed kill the former dragon god with one slap. The first king suddenly said. Everyone was shocked. If the first king of emotions had spoken, then he might really have surpassed the former dragon god. I thank you very much, first king. Thank you for leaving a clone behind to guide the dragons to the lower realm. Thank you for sending her out of the divine realm. The Frost Dragon King looked at the first king and said gratefully. Everyone was shocked again. Did they know each other? Even Elise and Difrero were shocked. They did not know about it. Han Tian, it's all in the past. I did not expect you to become a ruler. Let's talk about it later. If you really want to thank me, then save him. The first king pointed at Tang Yu. I will. I definitely will. Han Tian, Iris and Difreo were confused. She gave me this name. It's a very nice name, Han Tian said. After a while, they walked in front of a huge mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The huge mountain suddenly split in the middle, and a large path appeared. In front of it was a cave. We've reached my home, the million-year mysterious ice cave. The Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and Sky Dream exclaimed. What? Everyone was shocked. Han Tian nodded and said, this cave was created by me a few million years ago. It's very suitable for me to live in, and it's also very suitable for ice-type soul beasts to cultivate. Come in. After everyone entered, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. This cave was quite big. It was 9,000 square meters. There was a lot of million-year mysterious ice essence. No, this was a million-year ice essence. There were also many ice-type immortal herbs. In the middle of the cave, there was a spring. This spring was actually the extreme ice spring from the ice fire Yin-Yang well. After that, the bed, table, and so on were all made of million-year frigid jade essence. This, the 10 godly beasts, and Tang Yu gasped. He was too damn rich. This is a treasured place for ice-type soul beasts to cultivate. Skydream praised. Here, the success rate of soul fusion after the sacrifice will be greatly increased. Han Tian said, What? You want to sacrifice? No way. Everyone was shocked. After that, Iris and Difreo exclaimed at the same time. What's wrong? Only then can we completely fuse with Yuhao's soul. Only then can we save Yuhao. Maybe we can really form one person with 2 souls. Han Tian said disapprovingly. Do you know what you're doing right now? As long as dragons are sacrificed, there's an 80% chance that the person being sacrificed will become the sacrificed dragon. That's why the dragon god forbade dragons from sacrificing themselves to humans. This is like taking over someone's body. Don't you even remember this point? Difreo said angrily. All right, Difreo. Tang Yu opened his mouth. He looked at everyone and said, Do you think I'm human now? Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. Indeed, Tang Yu still had the body of a human. However, the bloodline in his body had long been taken over by the Silver Dragon King, Golden Dragon King, Black Dragon King, and White Dragon King's bloodline. There wasn't much of the human bloodline left. Therefore, although Tang Yu was still human, his blood was no longer human. Then, even if I'm sacrificed to become a soul beast, so what? I'm not human anymore. Everyone was silent for a long time. Is this the only way? Iris and Difreo asked. Han Tian nodded. Sigh. You decide. They looked at Tang Yu again. Actually, even if he really becomes a soul beast, he'll become a soul beast in the soul formation stage. So, you don't have to be so worried, right? Han Tian suddenly said. Huh. Everyone was stunned. That means, even if you sacrifice him, he's still human. It's just that he's a soul beast in human form. Difreo was surprised. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. That's right. Han Tian nodded and replied indifferently. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? You made us worried to death about Yuhao. The 10 divine beasts were furious. You didn't ask me. Han Tian shrugged and said calmly. All right, I don't care anymore. Just hurry up and sacrifice yourself for me. Go. Since they knew that nothing would happen, Iris and Ifria didn't have to worry anymore. Everyone returned to the spiritual world. The process of a sacrifice, I really don't want to write, so I'll skip it. Rumble. On this day, in the deepest part of the extreme north, ice-blue thunderclouds covered the sky. Boom! Ice-blue lightning descended. Bam! A blue light rushed into the sky. It was a human figure, and it was very fast. There seemed to be a blurry weapon in its hand, and the figure waved the weapon in its left hand. Seriously, sacrificing is so troublesome, and it even attracted a lightning tribulation. Break for me, a clear and cold voice shouted. Swoosh! An ice-blue crescent blade instantly destroyed the blue lightning. After that, the crescent blade didn't stop, and it directly scattered the ice-blue thunderclouds in the sky. The blue light gradually became clearer. It was a very handsome young man who was less than 15 years old. He was about 165 meters tall, and his skin was covered in ice-blue dragon scales. His long ice-blue hair fluttered in the air, and there was a pair of ice-blue dragon horns on both sides of his forehead. He had long ice-blue eyelashes, and his ice-blue vertical pupils seemed to be able to see through the world. He wore a domineering ice-blue battle robe, and on his back was a pair of ice-blue dragon wings with a wingspan of 6 meters. In his left hand was an ice-blue halberd, and there was an ice dragon carved on the handle of the halberd. The young man looked at his body and said happily, I actually resurrected. I thought I would die. This outfit is so cool. And this halberd, he was Tang Yu. No, it was Tang Yu after his resurrection. After that, he suddenly became expressionless again. He looked around and said indifferently, it seems that it really succeeded. One person, 2 souls. In the next second, his expression changed back to one of bewilderment. Cold sky. You, this. What's going on? In the next second, he became expressionless again. I just said that it's 1 man, 2 souls. That means there are 2 souls in this body, you and me. Moreover, we are both one. We are now suffering from both good and bad luck. Then, he became panicked again. Then have I become a schizophrenic? He suddenly hugged his head and shouted, no, yes, His voice resounded through the sky. There's no harm in this. In the future, you will fight in the front, and I will pay attention to the back. If we work together, we will definitely be invincible. He became expressionless again. Don't. Then you will know what I am doing, right? Dirty. He became flushed again. Then, he became expressionless again. Who cares what you are doing? However, he didn't notice that there was a trace of redness on his face. Sigh. Forget it. Let's find a place to study the mystery of 1 man, 2 souls. Han Tian Tang Yu sighed helplessly. In the future, as long as Tang Yu became expressionless, he would be called Han Tian Tang Yu. In the next second, he became Tang Yu again. In the next moment, he disappeared from the ice field. Chapter 23. 1 year later, in the Pontiff's palace. Are you sure? The Pontiff looked at Hulaina, who was kneeling on the ground. Hulaina nodded firmly. Your Majesty, if I don't make another breakthrough, I'm afraid that Tang San will catch up to me sooner or later. For the sake of the Martial Soul Palace, I'm willing to take the risk. Tang San, somewhere beside the river. When Tang San saw his reflection in the river, he couldn't help but be stunned. His skin was a bit fairer than before, and his eyes were blue. He had a head of beautiful blue hair, and his handsome face carried a bit of a resolute aura. His face was as sharp as a knife, releasing a hidden spirit. Is this what I look like after my awakening? It seems like Light Rain told you about your mother a long time ago. Your eyes have become bigger, and you look more like your mother. Since you've inherited her bloodline, you'll naturally inherit the genes that she's always hidden in your body, Tang Hao said. No, Light Rain was just speculating. Then, I found out that my mother was a blue-silver emperor. However, the only thing I don't understand is why Light Rain knows something about soul beasts. Tang San said, "Didn't Light Rain tell you?" Strictly speaking, Light Rain is an auspicious beast of fate. He's the soul beast that carries the fate of all soul beasts. His understanding of soul beasts surpasses ours. As long as an important soul beast dies, he'll definitely be able to sense it. Tang Hao said, "WH, what? Light Rain is also a soul beast?" Tang San was shocked. In fact, this was something that Tang Yu had said when Tang Hao and Tang Yu met in private. In fact, it was not nonsense. Ever since Tang Yu obtained the spirit eyes of fate, he could indeed sense the fate of any person or soul beast. As long as that person or soul beast was in danger, their fate would turn blood red. Once they died, their fate would disappear. Therefore, Tang Hao really believed it at that time. Sigh, I wonder how Light Rain is. Tang Sin looked at the sky and said, "Let's go. Next, I'm going to take you to a place. You'll have to stay there for a long time." "Oh," Tang Sin replied. Then he followed Tang Hao. There were several tall mountains in the Heaven Do Empire, and there was an ancient castle at the top of each mountain. There was a relatively large castle at the top of the tallest mountain, and the words "Main Castle of the Body Sect" were carved on the entrance of the castle. There was a large training ground outside, and a few young men and women wearing simple clothes were sparring with each other. Their soul rings were the best combination, and the weakest was actually a soul king. The strongest among them was a soul sage. At this moment, a young girl who was less than 14 years old walked over from afar. The young girl was very beautiful. Her purplish-black hair fluttered in the wind, and her purplish-black eyes were abnormally charming. She wore a black trench coat with black tights and black tights underneath. There was a katana on the left side of her waist. Her face was expressionless, and her entire person was abnormally cold. When this person appeared, everyone stopped and looked at her. However, there was no lewd look in their eyes. There was only reverence, respect, and a trace of fear. "Greetings, Lord Demon Eye." Everyone bowed to her. Yes. She only nodded in response. After that, she entered the castle. Everyone was astonished. Sigh, no matter how many times I see her, the Demon Eye Goddess is still very charming. A boy who was only 16 years old said, "Forget it. Do you think she'll like you? You're not good enough for her with your abilities. She's a demonic young girl. Furthermore, I heard that her master is that person. You know that she and that person aren't from the body sect." A young man said, "Shut up. Do you want to die? If that person hears you, you don't even know how you'll die." "What do you mean not from the body sect?" A year ago, that person announced that he's from the body sect. A young girl suddenly reminded him. "Oh, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. I didn't say anything." This was the conversation between the senior disciples. Some of the new disciples did not know about this Lord Demon Eye and that person. After asking the senior disciples, they found out that a year ago, a 15-year-old boy brought a young girl to the body sect. He said that he was looking for a father and daughter named Yap Tianlin and Yap Lingling. In the end, all the elders and the two vice sect leaders did not listen and surrounded them. In the end, they were all defeated by a single glare from the boy. This incident alerted the second sect leader and the first sect leader. Only Yap Lingtian's father and grandfather, Yap Liangchun and Yap Outyin, it felt weird, fought with the boy at first. The first and second sect leaders were already peerless Doloa. However, two peerless Doloa were not a match for the boy even after joining forces. In the end, the boy spat out two words, "demigod." Only then did they stop in fear and kneel in front of the boy to apologize. In the end, they asked for the reason and brought the boy to Prison Peak to look for Yap Tianlin and Yap Lingling. The boy said something in front of them. Yap Tianlin and Yap Lingling cried on the spot and thanked the boy. After that, the two elders announced that Yap Tianlin was reinstated as the young master of the body sect, and that the position of the third sect leader would be given to him. In addition, he was allowed to enter and leave the body sect freely. Of course, the elders were not willing to do so at first. After all, Yap Tianlin was only a title de law. To be the sect leader of the body sect, he had to be at least level 98. However, under the young man's terrifying pressure, the elders and vice sect leaders had to compromise. After that, the boy announced that he would be staying in the body sect. No one objected. After all, they could not beat him in a fight, they could not chase him away, and they could not outtalk him. Therefore, they allowed him to stay with the girl. However, what surprised everyone was that the boy had a deep understanding of the body spirit. He knew how to speed up the cultivation of the body spirit and how to speed up the second awakening of the body spirit. He passed on all this knowledge to them. In less than half a year, the body sect had become even stronger than before. Everyone was very grateful. The boy only had one request, and that was that the body sect must be virtuous in the future. After that, everyone knew that the boy and girl also had body spirits. Moreover, they had specialized. The boy was called the Lord God of Body by the elders of the body sect. The girl was also called the Lord Demon. The inside of the castle was very luxurious. There were 36 pillars supporting it, and beneath each pillar stood an old man. There was also a throne, and beneath the pillars were 36 heavenly dipper elders. When they saw the young lady enter, they all knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Lord Demon Eye, elders, please rise." The purple-haired young lady hurriedly said, "Thank you, Lord Demon Eye." The 36 elders stood up slowly. There was no disdain in their eyes, only respect. Elders, where's my master?" He sent a voice transmission saying that he is looking for me. The girl said, reporting to Lord Demon Eye, "The Lord God of Body is playing chess with Lord Sect Leader in the backyard. Lord Sect Leader said that you should look for him when you come." Elder Tian Kue, who was below the first pillar, said, "Playing chess? Oomph." The girl pouted. She was very cute and charming. "It has been a year. He only taught me how to cultivate and understand the profound meaning of the saber. For the rest of the time, he did not even care about me. Oomph. Stinky master. Bad master. It's not good to talk behind someone's back," a teasing voice sounded. It was the voice of a boy. Huh. The girl was suddenly stunned. Originally, there was no one sitting on the throne, but now there was a young man sitting there. The young man was extremely beautiful and handsome. His long blue hair draped down his back, and he was wearing the same clothes as the purple-haired girl, a black windbreaker, tight shirt, and leggings. His right hand was supporting the right side of his face. With a smile on his face, he stared at the girl with his icy blue eyes. The 36 elders knelt on one knee again. "Greetings, Lord God of Body. Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, Lord." The purple-haired girl stared at the blue-haired boy. She put her hands on her hips and said unhappily, "How impressive. Lord God of Body, I wonder why you were looking for me?" The boy smiled. For some reason, when the girl saw the boy smile, she suddenly had a bad premonition. "How's your mirror flower, water moon, and mirror still water?" The boy smiled. "Oomph. Master, why don't you try it?" The purple-haired girl unhappily pulled out the knife on her left waist and pointed at the boy. However, the girl was suddenly shocked. The boy had disappeared. That's right, he had disappeared. She hurriedly looked around. There was no one around. She was anxious. She seemed to have felt a terrifying, murderous aura. All the elders were puzzled. Strange, the Lord God of Body had clearly walked in front of Lord Demon Eye. Why did Lord Demon Eye seem to be unable to see him? Mirror still water. When the water is still, it can reflect the moon. Mirror flower, water moon, turning unrealistic things into reality. When I disappear, you have already lost. A cold voice rang in the girl's ears. After that, the boy appeared in front of her. His smile had long been replaced by indifference. He was holding a wooden stick in his hand. The wooden stick was placed on the girl's neck. Because of fear, the girl's knife had already slipped to the ground. The girl had yet to regain her senses. Her back was already drenched in sweat. That murderous aura, just now. Master really wants to kill me? You. The boy sighed. She was hit on the head with a wooden stick. Ouch, it hurts. The girl suddenly woke up from her dream. She covered the big bump on her head with both hands, and tears flowed out from the corner of her eyes. Sigh. If you were on the battlefield, even if you had a few hundred lives, it wouldn't be enough. You haven't even mastered Mirror Flower, Water Moon, and Mirror Still Water. The boy sighed. The girl picked up the knife and put it back to the hilt. She muttered so strong, "Is this the ultimate profundity?" Her eyes were filled with admiration and love. "I called you here this time to ask you to go somewhere," the boy said seriously. "Ah, where to?" the purple-haired girl asked. "Hee, a good place." The boy's lips curled up. For some reason, the purple-haired girl suddenly trembled. Half a month later, Tang Hao brought Tang San to a tavern in a small town. The air in the tavern was very turbid. Tang San noticed that all the decorations here were actually black. Although it was daytime outside, there was a cold and dark feeling as soon as he walked in. At this time, there were about a few hundred people sitting in the tavern. Although the air was turbid, very few people were talking, so it was very quiet. Tang Hao, Tang San, and his son's arrival attracted a lot of attention, but most of them only caught a glimpse of them before passing by. Tang Hao found a seat in the corner and sat down with his son. A black-clothed waiter with an indifferent expression walked over. "What would you like?" Tang Hao said coldly. "2 cups of Bloody Mary." The waiter's expression changed slightly. "Are you sure?" After being glanced at by Tang Hao's cold eyes, he did not dare to say anything and turned his head away. After a while, 2 cups of turbid liquid were served. The liquid was dark red and emitted a strong, fishy smell as pungent as blood. Tang San frowned, but Tang Hao picked up a cup and drank it in one gulp. He raised his head and looked at his son. "Drink it." Tang San hesitated for a moment and slowly picked up the cup. "Dad, what is this?" "Drink it." Tang San took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and drank the liquid in one gulp. The liquid was a little salty and had a hint of sourness. The strong smell of blood instantly filled Tang San's sense of taste and smell. Tang Hao looked at him and said indifferently, "This is a cup of human blood." "What?" Tang San's face instantly turned pale. In the next moment, he could not help but turn his head to the side and vomit. The violent vomiting broke the silence in the tavern and attracted the attention of all the customers. Laughter rang out. "Where did this fledgling come from? Go back home. This is not a place for you. You can't even handle a cup of Bloody Mary, and you want to be qualified to enter? Ha! Go home and drink milk from your mother." All kinds of filthy voices filled the tavern. The customers seemed to have found a vent in their depression and did not hold back at all to attack Tang San. Even after spitting out everything in his stomach, he was still unable to completely erase the bloody smell. Tang San almost vomited out his bile. Bang! The sound of the door opening was heard. Everyone's gaze once again turned to the door. However, in an instant, everyone was stunned. Tang San and Tang Hao were also stunned. This was because a 13-year-old girl with long purple hair and wearing a black trench coat appeared. She was about 1.6 meters tall and was very beautiful and cute. She was the kind of person who would want to have sex with her as soon as they saw her. On her left waist was a 90-centimeter long katana with a handle. The scabbard had a blood-red pattern. She held a note in her right hand. She lowered her head to look at the note and muttered, "This should be the place. The smell of blood is really strong." She put away the note and strode into the tavern. Everyone stared at the girl with lustful gazes, except for Tang Hao and his son. At this moment, they were all frowning, not because she was young, but because the clothes she was wearing were exactly the same as Tang Yu's. However, that was not important. Doloa was so big, and there were many clothes that were the same. The important thing was that for some reason, Tang San and Tang Hao felt a strong sense of danger from this little girl. Tang San and Tang Hao could not help but be moved. The girl chose a seat and sat down. She just so happened to sit next to Tang San. "Waiter, oh," peeking at the note, "give me a cup of Bloody Mary." Silence. A moment of silence. Everyone thought that they had misheard. A girl who was not even 12 years old wanted to drink Bloody Mary. Even Tang San and Tang Hao could not help but be moved. Tang San had just tasted it. "Little girl, You, did you go to the wrong place? The waiter's face was full of sweat. Cut the crap. Hurry up. I still want to enter the city of massacre. Hurry up. Stop wasting time. The girl was impatient and directly exploded with vulgarities. Ugh. Everyone was speechless. What a valiant girl. The waiter shook his head helplessly. He brought a cup of Bloody Mary and placed it next to the girl. Everyone was ready to watch a joke. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned. The girl directly drank the Bloody Mary in one gulp. Everyone's eyes widened, especially Tang San. Tang San suddenly had the urge to bang his head against the wall. F***CK. Tang San, oh Tang San. Look at you. Even a little girl is stronger than you. You're too F***king embarrassing. After the girl finished drinking, she pursed her lips and then said, I don't feel anything. Hey, is this Bloody Mary a fake? Master clearly told me that Bloody Mary is a mixture of vodka, tomato juice, lemon slices, celery root, and chili oil. Why did you add human blood in it? Why? Little bastard, are you F***king looking down on me? At the end of her words, she directly slammed the table and stood up, pointing at the waiter and scolding. Everyone was stunned. Was this something a 13-year-old girl should say? However, this child could actually taste the human blood in it and still remain so calm. Tang San was also speechless. What kind of sharp-tongued and shameless master taught such a sharp-tongued and shameless disciple? Somewhere. Achoo. Oomph. It must be that brat who's scolding me. Sigh. Don't blame your master. Only in this way can your saber profound reach a higher level. Back at the tavern. Our Bloody Mary originally added human blood, tomato juice, lemon slices, and celery root. As for vodka, what is that? The waiter stuttered. You don't know about vodka? The girl was shocked. Everyone around them was puzzled. What is vodka? Everyone shook their heads. Even Tang San and Tang Hao were puzzled. They had never heard of vodka. Vodka is a bottle of wine. That's what my master told me. Don't you have it here? The girl asked. The waiter shook his head. F***CK. So F***king poor. There isn't even a bottle of vodka. The young girl took out a wine glass from nowhere and then a wine bottle. There was colorless and transparent wine in the wine bottle. She poured a glass and drank it herself, but her face didn't turn red at all. She even waved the wine bottle in front of everyone and showed off. This is vodka. It's a good wine that my master brewed himself. Vodka isn't sweet, bitter, or astringent. It only has a flame-like excitement, which is the unique characteristic of this wine. Poor people, are you jealous? Everyone was shocked. There was actually such a wine? Even Tang Hao was shocked. He muttered, I've roamed the continent for decades, but I've never heard of this wine. It looks delicious. Sigh, what a bunch of ignorant natives. The girl sighed. The girl said it very calmly, as if she was stating a fact. However, the girl's words instantly aroused the dissatisfaction of the burly men. Little girl, you're so arrogant. You think you're so great after drinking Bloody Mary? Hee hee. I don't know how good you are in bed. You little brat. Do you want to try my sausage? A bunch of obscene voices rang out. In an instant, the girl was surrounded by dozens of people. Oh, you're excited? Natives will always be natives. You're angry after a little mockery. Uncle, help me hold this bottle of vodka. The girl handed the vodka to Tang Hao. Tang Hao also subconsciously took it. Tang Hao and Tang San were also speechless at the unruly girl. She actually provoked public anger. Little girl, come home with Uncle. Uncle will give you sausage. Ha ha. Come on. Uncle will bring you to eat mushrooms. A bunch of lewd words rang out. The corner of the girl's mouth curled up. She said something very strange. You guys are the strangers and perverted uncles that Master mentioned, right? Those people were stunned. In the end, they said yes. So what? Let's go. They rushed toward the girl. Master once said that if any perverted uncles or strangers come and hit on me, I can kill them, the girl said slowly. Since you guys are, then go to hell. Her right hand slowly tightened around the hilt of the knife. She closed her eyes and made a motion of drawing the knife. Meanwhile, Tang San was about to save the girl. He was not a nosy person, but for some reason, he had to save her. It seemed that if he did not do so, he would definitely regret it in the future. However, he was stopped by Tang Hao. "Dad!" Before Tang San could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Tang Hao. "There's no need to save her. They are already dead." When Tang Hao finished speaking, his eyes were still filled with deep shock. Tang San looked at the dozens of people in front of him in disbelief. Puffed. In an instant, a very sinister cut appeared on the chests of the dozens of people. Then, puffed. It was as if dozens of fountains had bloomed at the same time. It was a very spectacular sight. However, it was not water that was spurting out, but blood. Fortunately, they were 4 meters away from Tang San and the others. The blood did not splatter on them and the girl. The dozens of people were shocked. They widened their eyes and looked in horror at the girl who was only 4 meters away from them. The girl was still in the same motion of drawing the knife, but they saw that her eyes suddenly opened from the purplish-black color to a blood-red color. However, it was only for a moment before it closed again. It was as if that was the gaze of death. If everyone thought that she was a shameless little girl with a poisonous tongue before, then now, she was an out-and-out little devil. Ah! The dozens of people only knew how to scream now. They looked at the girl in horror. Before they fell to the ground, they spat out 2 words, devil. Then, they fell to the ground one after another and died of blood loss. Sword profundity, moon's reflection, the girl muttered. She slowly opened her eyes and sighed. It's still not as strong as master. Hiss! Everyone in the surroundings sucked in a breath of air. This. Some people were actually trembling all over. Tang San's eyes were wide open because even if he used the purple demon eyes, he could not see how the girl made her move. Moreover, there was not the slightest fluctuation of soul power. In other words, the girl really used the knife to cut down these dozens of people in an instant. Was this really something that could be done with a knife? No. In his previous life, there seemed to be people who could use a knife to kill people without moving. However, it was only one person and not a group. How could he not be shocked? Tang Hao was also shocked. He did not see how the girl pulled out the knife at all. Moreover, there was not the slightest fluctuation of soul power. The reason why he knew that they were already dead was because he felt that their vitality was quickly draining away. Everyone's gaze turned to the girl who had already opened her eyes. However, no one dared to look down on her anymore, because this girl was a ruthless character. The girl walked toward Tang Hao and took the vodka from his hand. She poured 2 cups and handed them to Tang Hao and Tang San. "Thank you for taking care of the vodka for me, uncle. Also, thank you for helping me just now, brother. But Ling Yu is very strong." "Ling Yu, a very nice name," Tang San said. This girl was Ling Yu, Tang Yu's first disciple. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, big brother. Hurry up and drink the vodka. Big brother, you guys are going to enter the city of massacre, right? Ling Yu smiled mischievously. It was very charming. If not for the fact that Tang San already had Xiao Wu, he might have been charmed by her. They nodded and drank the vodka together. It was not sweet, bitter, or astringent, only a fiery excitement. What a good drink. Both of them praised at the same time. Ling Yu put the vodka into the starlight sapphire ring on her left ring finger. Tang Yu gave it to her. At that time, Ling Yu almost thought that he wanted to marry her. Then she walked to the bar counter, turned around, waved her left hand, and said, "Then let's meet in the city of massacre. Big brother, you are a good person." Then she smashed her fist on the bar counter, shocking the waiters. Boom! The bar counter shattered into pieces and flew in all directions, revealing the ground. Ling Yu punched again. Boom! Simple and violent. A huge hole appeared on the ground, and a cold wind blew up from the hole. "The entrance is here," she muttered. Then she jumped down, leaving Tang San and the people around him in a daze. After that, Tang San quickly rushed into the tunnel. Tang Hao also hurriedly followed. Tang Hao came over and asked, "What's wrong?" "Starlight Sapphire. It's the Starlight Sapphire." She must be related to Light Rain. Could it be her master? Tang San's face was full of surprise. Then, he looked at everyone in the tavern. Must I kill to enter? After that, Tang San walked out of the tunnel and found a large group of black armored knights lying on the ground. There were actually knife marks on their bodies. They were still breathing, but their voices were trembling. Devil, devil, devil. Tang San was stunned. Did she do it? He looked at the city and sensed his own body. Can I use soul skills? Tang San frowned slightly. However, he returned in an instant. Then, he walked into the city of Massacre. Ling Yu walked on the streets of the inner city. Beside her was a girl in a black veil. Ling Yu looked around. The inner city was extremely chaotic. There were excited laughter, painful cries, and many hair-raising sounds everywhere. Looking around, in a corner on the left, an extremely tall and muscular man was pulling a voluptuous woman's hair in his hand and thrusting his lower body forcefully. He was venting his lust in public. A group of people surrounded him, but they were all cheering for him. On the other side, 3 or 4 people were wildly beating a young man. Ling Yu watched as one of the young man's arms was removed. The person who removed his arm was still holding the severed arm and chewing it. It's really as Master said. This is a paradise for wild beasts, Ling Yu said indifferently. However, the disgust in her eyes was hard to hide. The girl in a black veil beside her suddenly said in a deep voice, Miss 9528, are you challenging the authority of the King of Massacre? If so, the great King of Massacre will definitely erase you from here. Since you are here, you must obey. She didn't finish her words. Swoosh. The sound of a sword being unsheathed. The girl in a black veil was stunned. Her eyes glanced at the katana that was placed on her neck. Remember, when you talk to me, pay attention. This is the first time. If there is a second time, even if the King of Massacre comes, I will still kill him. Do you think I am really afraid of that King of Massacre? A cold voice sounded. It was Ling Yu who spoke. You. The girl in a black veil clenched her teeth. However, her body was trembling. She felt that this girl seemed to really dare to do anything. At this moment, everyone seemed to have noticed Ling Yu. Yo, another beautiful girl. A burly man's eyes were filled with lust. The burly man used to be a soul dolaw in the outside world, and he was also very lecherous. After that, he messed around with too many women, so he fell to this place, and he had harmed countless young women. F***CK. There was a sound of something breaking through the air. The burly man's head was moved. There was no scream. Really, don't make such an expression in front of me. I'm so bored. Trash. Hey, hurry up and take me to the hell-killing field. There is so much trash here. It's so disgusting, Ling Yu said in disgust. The last sentence was said while looking at the girl in a black veil. Ling Yu was walking when suddenly there was a commotion in front of her. There were at least dozens of people surrounding there, and there were continuous screams coming from them. A stream of blood suddenly came out from inside. The onlookers automatically made a path. 2 figures slowly walked out from inside. Thank you, one person said to the other. This person was Tang San. Are you new here? There is danger at every step here. It's better to be careful. Looking at your appearance, you don't seem to be a fallen one. This person was a girl. She was dressed in black. Her long hair was neatly combed behind her back and tied with a rope. She held a short sword that was more than a foot long in her hand. She was actually Tang San's old acquaintance, Hulaina, after saying that they were about to leave. However, 10 burly men appeared and surrounded the 2 of them. F***CK. There's no end to this. Hulaina curled her lips. But at this time, hey, uncle's in front. Get out of my way. When Tang San heard this voice, his whole body trembled. This voice is... The burly men looked behind them. However, when they saw it, F***CK. The heads of the 10 burly men were moved. There was no scream. Everyone was shocked, including Hulaina, because she only saw a 13-year-old little lowly holding a knife in her hand. Yo, big brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Ling Yu greeted Tang San. Tang San smiled bitterly and said, "We've just met before." "Ah, ha, is that so? Ha ha ha." Ling Yu scratched her head and laughed. You know each other?" Hulaina asked. "Yes. Big Brother's father even took care of vodka for me." Ling Yu revealed her cute canine teeth and said. Tang San was speechless. A year later, Tang San, Hulaina, and Ling Yu became celebrities in the Hell's Killing Field. They could already be ranked in the top 10 of the Killing Field. 67 wins. This was Tang San's current result. In the entire Hell's Killing Field, there were only 2 people who had better results than him. One was Hulaina, who had 72 wins. The other was Ling Yu, who had 79 wins. To be honest, Ling Yu didn't change much. She just became more beautiful, and her figure became more alluring. Also, she became too calm. There was no killing intent on her body at all. She was really too calm. No matter who she faced, she was abnormally calm, so calm that it was scary. Chapter 24. Time passed by as he waited and cultivated. Unknowingly, 2 years had passed. Tang Sen sat cross-legged in his small house. His whole body was constantly emitting waves of chills. The huge murderous aura constantly revolved around his body and affected him. When Tang San completed the 99th match in the Hell Slaughterhouse, he faintly felt that he was about to lose control of the murderous aura in his body. At the same time, he also understood why Hulaina had already reached 99 victories and had delayed the 100th match. Bam, bam, bam. There was a series of knocks on the door. "Martial uncle, are you there?" "Ling Yu is here to see you," a pleasant young girl's voice was heard. Tang San's murderous aura instantly dissipated. He smiled helplessly. "This little devil is here again." Creak. The door opened, and a figure rushed out from behind the door. It was a beautiful young girl who was about 15 years old. She had purplish-black hair and pupils. She wore a black trench coat with black tights and pants. On the left side of her waist was a 90-centimeter-long katana. She stared at him with a smile. "You, little devil, why are you here again?" Tang San smiled bitterly. In front of Tang San was Tang Yu's first disciple, Ling Yu. As early as a year ago, Tang San had asked Ling Yu about her master. In the end, Ling Yu found out that her master had an older brother. Although he was not her biological brother, he was better than her biological brother. After that, Ling Yu directly recognized Tang San as her martial uncle. She even said to the outside world, "In the future, those who dare to have designs on Shura King, be careful. This devil will not forgive him." This made Tang San feel helpless. He actually had to be protected by his own martial niece. It was really embarrassing. However, Tang San was also quite happy because Light Rain did not die and even took in a monstrous disciple. "I'm here to see you, martial uncle." "Oh, I brought Master's favorite vodka. I wonder if Master likes it." The girl took out a bottle of vodka and 2 glasses from the Starlight Sapphire and waved them in front of Tang San. "Give me a cup," Tang San said helplessly. Ever since the arrival of this little demon king, he felt that the entire world had been thrown into chaos. However, it was precisely because of this chaos that it was lively. At least, it was more interesting than cultivating alone. Bang, bang, bang. While the 2 of them were drinking vodka, another series of knocks came from the door. "Who is it?" Tang San put down his glass and frowned. Ling Yu made a gesture of drawing her sword. "It's me." A pleasant voice came from outside the door. Although Tang San hadn't heard this voice many times, he could still recognize the owner of the voice as Hulaina. Frowning, Tang San thought to himself, "Why is she here? Oh, is Martial Ant here?" Ling Yu whispered with a gossipy face. However, Tang Sin still heard it. "Don't talk nonsense. She's not your Martial Ant," Tang Sin whispered. Then he said to the door, "Come in." The door opened, and Hulaina, who was dressed in black, walked in from outside. Her face looked extremely pale. She was holding a glass of Bloody Mary and drinking it slowly. This seemed to have become a habit of the strong people in Massacre City. Other than Tang San and Ling Yu, almost all the fallen ones who had more than 10 victories in Massacre City would often drink blood from unknown sources. However, Ling Yu and Tang San had vodka to drink. You're not the only one here. The Devil King is here too. Hulaina was a little surprised. The Devil King's reputation had shocked the entire Massacre City. Of course, Hulaina had seen her before. She was a young girl who had yet to reach adulthood. This made her very shocked because this young girl didn't look like a fallen one at all. Instead, she looked like a young girl who lived under the sun. If she hadn't seen her killing method with her own eyes, she would have thought that she was a harmless little girl. Now, the legendary Devil King was drinking with the Shura King. Wine. They actually brought their own wine. Hulaina's face was filled with disbelief. Do you want a glass? Ling Yu waved the vodka in front of her. A way to leave Massacre City? Tang San was shocked. Ling Yu also became serious. Yes. Hulaina put down the empty glass. Not bad. The exit of Massacre City, boom. A purple-haired girl soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. She was dragging 2 unconscious people in her hands. The girl was Ling Yu. The 2 people in her hands were Tang San and Hulaina. On Ling Yu's back, there was a pair of blood-red wings with a wingspan of 6 meters. They constantly flapped to stabilize her body, just like the wings of a bat. External soul bone, devil wings. With the ability to fly, the limit of her speed during the day was 1,000 kilometers per second. However, at night, her speed was 100 times faster than during the day. She kept gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. Finally out. Her vision began to blur. Ling Yu began to fall slowly. Before she lost consciousness, she saw a blue-haired, black-clothed youth flying toward her. Tang San didn't know how much time had passed, but when he woke up from the pain, he felt like he was in a dream. His body was lying in a patch of blue-silver grass, and these blue-silver grass were sending a faint trace of warmth and nourishment into his body. All the pain had disappeared, and there was only a comfortable feeling in his body. The familiar soul power undulations and the feeling of a soul skill once again filled his body. When he wanted to turn over and sit up, Tang San realized that his left hand was a little heavy. When he turned his head, he saw that he was actually holding the clear sky hammer in his left hand. When he saw the clear sky hammer, he was sure that he was definitely not dreaming. On the clear sky hammer, there was an additional white pattern at the tip of the hammer. Those patterns looked like the blood patterns on the Hell Massacre grounds when the Hell Road was activated. However, they were much smaller and white. When he tried to feel the white pattern, in an instant, a surge of white light quietly spread out. The white light was released from the clear sky hammer, but very quickly, the white light became colorless. Tang San's perception of the surrounding world immediately changed. Even the blue-silver grass, which was the closest to him, was trembling in the invisible air current. Massacre God Domain. Was this the Massacre God Domain? Tang San knew that he should be happy, but he had just left a place like the City of Massacre, so he couldn't feel happy. 2 years of hell-like tempering had greatly affected his state of mind. At this moment, a formless killing intent suddenly approached, as if something invisible had collided heavily with the Massacre God Domain that Tang San had released. Tang San's body trembled, and he quickly turned his body to look in that direction. A few dozen meters away, a beautiful figure stood there. He didn't know when she was already dressed neatly, and her perfect body was wrapped in her clothes. She was also looking at him, and her eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion. She woke up before me? Tang San looked around again and didn't see Ling Yu. It seems like she woke up before me and Hulaina. Do you feel it? We have the same innate domain. Hulaina's voice echoed in Tang San's ears. Tang San didn't speak and only looked at her quietly. I've placed my life in your hands once, and you've also placed your life in my hands once. Are we even? Hulaina finally walked in front of Tang San. She stopped when she was only a meter away from Tang San, and the gaze she looked at Tang San with became incomparably gentle. The one who brought us out in the end was Ling Yu. He said faintly, "So what? I've placed my life in your hands, not hers. Originally, I wanted to thank her, but I haven't seen her until now. Maybe she woke up earlier than me," Hulaina said with a smile. Tang Sin didn't speak and only looked at her quietly. A trace of sadness appeared on Hulaina's beautiful face. She looked at Tang San, and a trace of helplessness appeared on her charming face. "Why am I from the Martial Soul Palace, and you from the Clear Sky Sect?" Hulaina raised her hands and naturally placed them on Tang San's shoulders. She further closed the distance between herself and Tang San. Her sad eyes were undoubtedly filled with a strong temptation, and her whole body fell into Tang San's arms. However, her action was not completed because Tang San's hand held her shoulder. The Killing God Domain and the Clear Sky Hammer were put away at the same time, and Tang San looked at Hulaina indifferently. Hulaina smiled sadly. "Do you really have a heart of stone?" Tang San's gaze became gentler. It was undeniable that the woman in front of him was so perfect, but in his heart, there was no room for another woman. Moreover, the woman in front of him and her were people from two different worlds. After getting up, he left without looking back. Hulaina looked at the figure in the distance, and tears fell. This was the first time she shed tears for a man. After a long time, when she couldn't see Tang San's figure anymore, she wiped her tears and left. Tang San checked himself and found a note in his pocket. When he saw the words on it, his body suddenly trembled, and he was so emotional that he almost shed tears. The note said, "I'm taking Ling Yu with me. See you in 2 years. Third brother, Light Rain Hoof. This little bastard. 2 years later, you'll be in for it." Tang Sin wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and scolded with a smile. Somewhere 1,000 meters in the sky, a 100-meter-long giant emerald dragon was flying, and 2 people were standing on top of it. One of them was Ling Yu, and the other was, of course, Tang Yu. "How's the harvest in these 2 years?" Tang Yu looked ahead and asked. However, Ling Yu knew that he was talking to her. She quickly lowered her head and cupped her hands, reporting to Master, "Mirror still water, tranquility is the profound meaning. Catopter deflection, mirage, is the profound meaning." She was very nervous. This was what she had comprehended in 2 years. She was afraid that if she was wrong, she would embarrass her master. However, after a long time, Tang Yu didn't make a move. Ling Yu was very puzzled, but she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Tang Yu. If she did, she would definitely see a trace of a smile at the corner of Tang Yu's mouth. Although I haven't comprehended it to the highest level, I've gone one step further. I still have to work harder, he secretly said. Then, he looked at Shrek's direction. There are still 2 years left. Damn, 10,000 people went, and it was a sneak attack, but the loss was twice the opponent's. Is the 7 Treasures glazed sect really that strong? The members of the Martial Soul Palace kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to make a sound, lest they infuriate the Pope. Continue to report. Yes, we sent 8,000 people to attack the Tyrannosaurus family without being discovered. The Tyrannosaurus family was completely wiped out. No one survived. We lost 3,000 people. Among them, the 9th elder perished together with the sect master. Their remains have been transported back. BB Dong slowly stood up and paced around the hall. His eyes flashed. Good, the upper 3 gates. The 7 Treasures glazed sect and the Tyrannosaurus family are indeed old sects. They actually made me lose more than 8,000 people. Master, don't be angry. There are bound to be losses when there are gains. 2 of the upper 3 gates were destroyed, and the Clear Sky sect is nowhere to be found. The thorn in our side has been removed, although it seems that the losses are not small. However, this is enough to have a strong deterrent effect on the 2 empires. In comparison, they don't dare to act rashly. Let's continue to accumulate strength and proceed according to the original plan. Then, the 2 empires will definitely be infiltrated by us. However, we have to be careful of them, Hulaina said. She then sighed, AI, If that sect is willing to join forces with the Martial Soul Palace, we can definitely. That's impossible. The people in that sect are a bunch of lunatics. They only do things based on their own preferences. They won't help us. Bibi Dong said seriously. The sect they were referring to was none other than the Body Sect, a reclusive sect. All right, Chrysanthemum Doloa and Ghost Doloa have been gone for so long. How's the news? The red-robed bishop said, we haven't received any news yet. The Great Stardow Forest is the continent's largest soul beast forest. I'm sure the two of you will need some time to search. Bibi Dong nodded and said, order the Heaven Do City's Martial Soul Palace to restrain themselves. Don't act rashly. Monitor the movements of the Heaven Do Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect at all times. Report back immediately if anything happens. The soul hunt has come to an end. Next, we should begin our infiltration plan. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. Yes, the Great Stardow Forest. Xiao Wu, let's go. Tang Xin shouted as he flung a strand of blue-silver grass toward Xiao Wu. Yuhao's movements were simply too quick. By the time Xiao Wu noticed what was happening, countless poisonous needles had already shot out and killed 6 soul sages. Even though Tang San's appearance and aura had changed, there were still many things that wouldn't change. Xiao Wu didn't resist at all. She allowed the blue-silver grass to wrap around her slender waist. Her long legs sprang up as she charged towards Tang San. Big brother. A sharp cry of grief erupted from Xiao Wu's mouth. That sharp voice seemed to cause the entire Great Stardow Forest to tremble. Xiao Wu's entire body had already turned red. It was a sparkling and translucent dark red. The clothes on her body had already turned into ashes and disappeared, revealing her perfect and translucent body. Her skin was as translucent as a ruby. No one could see her. This was because everyone's consciousness had stopped at this moment. She casually waved her hand, and the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone landed in her hand. It quietly landed in front of Tang San. Large drops of blood tears gently dripped onto Tang San's chest. Gently hugging Tang San, Xiao Wu's voice whispered into his ear, brother, you're really so silly. Do you think I'll be able to live on by myself if you die? I don't want you to die. I want you to live. I really want to live with you, just like before. But I can't. I'm not here anymore. You have to take care of yourself. Otherwise, I'll be sad. She lowered her head and gently kissed his lips. She held Tang San's right hand and pulled out the broken limb of the 8th spider spear that was inserted into his heart. Because everything was still, there was no blood spurting out. Red flames began to burn on Xiao Wu's body. It wasn't fire, but an extremely special blood flame. And what was burning was Xiao Wu's blood, life, and 100,000 years of cultivation. This was a sacrifice. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Wu and Tang San. I can't hold it in anymore. Yuhao, hurry up. One of the figures roared. Yes. The other figure began to chant a strange incantation. A hexagram array appeared beneath Xiao Wu and Tang San's feet. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.